Yeah, 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 yeah. Uh, Shaking, but keep pointing out all the lies. Putting the scripture right in your eyes. The Bible guy, he reads Hebrew and Greek and shows you that your book's not unique. The Bible guy, he turns through the pages until every Christian rages. The Bible guy, watch one time and you're hooked. Now let's watch why the Christians get cooked. The Bible guy.
Howdy, howdy, folks. Bible Guy here, coming at you live from Northeast Texas. It is a beautiful, beautiful Thursday afternoon, and we're here and we're live early. I just felt like going live early. I just walked the dogs. I was like, you know what? Might as well just get to it. Let's go out there, have some fun, debunk some harmful rhetoric and fundamentalist beliefs, and just make the world a better place. How does that sound? I like that idea. So, everyone, make sure you tap that screen. Tap that screen like Jonathan wanted to tap King David. Make sure you share the live with those you love, with those you hate, with your friends, and with your enemies. Let's get the word out there so we can have some interesting conversations. Oh, let's see. Great room. Bible guy. Fantastic. All right. All right, all right, all right. Rock hard for Duncan, said Glitter. Hell yeah. A Bible Guy sticker would be great. You know what? I really got to get on because I have stickers on YouTube. I need to port those stickers over to TikTok because you can be free. The only religion for you. I'm already free. What are you talking about, JPaz? I'm very much already free. I'm a slave to no man or God. You're the one who's not free. You're a slave. You're live early? Yeah, hell yeah, we are, Saint Brianna. Let's see. Now I am thinking of a few different man. Don't forget you live in a Christian country. Try being you in an Islamic country. I actually don't live in a Christian country. I live in America. I don't live in like the Vatican City or anything like that. So I don't know what you're on about. What country do you think I live in? I live in America. America's a secular nation, not a Christian country. USA is a Christian country, bro. No, it's not, bro. Do you know what is not very Christian? Freedom of religion. Do you know what's not very Christian? Freedom of speech. You know what America has? Freedom of religion and freedom of speech. Crazy, huh? Oh man. Crazy how that worked out, right? Yeah, but it's mostly Christian. Okay, now we're shifting the goalpost. It's mostly Christian now. I don't give a shit. It's a secular country with way too many Christians in it. Ain't that the truth? But you know what? Hey, it's fine, JPaz. We are doing our job. Right? We're doing our due diligence right now to make this country as much atheist as it possibly can get, you know? Because fuck Christianity. Unless, JPaz, you want to gird your loins and come up and give me a good reason to think otherwise. JPaz, are you just going to run your mouth in the comment section, or are you actually going to come up and talk to me? You seem to have a lot to type, and if you just continue to just do this in the comment section and not come up, I'll just mute you. And then the only way you can just spread your bullshittery is by coming up and talking to me. Exactly. Lady of Heaven says, I can't get an abortion because of the Christians. Men wear lipstick now? Men have worn lipstick for a long time. But sadly, I'm not one of those men. Levi, why you want to kiss me or something? Is that why you're so focused on my lips? Every time a Christian man complains about them thinking I wear lipstick, it's really saying a lot about them, you know? Not saying anything about me. The only reason you're free is because of Christianity. No, I'm free because of enlightenment values. I mean, technically, if you want to make an argument, I'm free because of religion, because early American forefathers wanted to escape religious oppression, so they came and created a secular nation where I could be free. So yeah, there you go. I'll never understand why some Christians are such cowards. Many have worn lipstick since the invention of ancient Egyptian cosmetics at the very latest, right? Levi, you are probably one of those people who believes that their imaginary friend lives in the sky, you know? I don't think you can get off on calling people out for having delusions. That's another huge hypocrisy of Christianity's. They want to call everyone delusional while at the same time believing that in an invisible sky fairy, you know? Crazy. I'll give a shit one way or another, and I am a Christian. I give a shit about what? Do you talk to Muslims? I do. We call them out for being those who protect a pedophile. JPaz, you don't get to talk for me. We talk to Muslims. They just don't like it very much when we talk to them. You don't give a shit if I'm a Christian or not, but Jesus told you to give a shit. So, that's great. That's weird. To be fair, Christians also protect the PDF. That is true. There are lots of conservative Christians who also follow a pedophile, being Donald Trump. So, Donald Trump, Muhammad, potato patata. Possibilities of eternal life. Imagine all the time we have. Ooh, eternal life sounds horrible. Was Jesus one? At one point he was. What does that have to do with anything? Was Jesus a PDF? Not that I'm aware of, but Donald Trump is, the other messiah of Christianity. No, I will not follow Jesus. Jesus also had horrible teachings. Also, JPaz, listen, mute. You can either come up and talk to me, but I'm not going to keep fucking debating you in the comment section. Can men choose to give birth to kids? Yeah, trans men can. Trans men can give birth to kids. So there are some men that can give birth to kids. Why are you wearing lipstick? I'm not wearing, you know what? I'm just going to ignore these comments. I'm just going to ignore that comment from now on. Insecure men. Jesus fucking Christ. What happens when you die? I cease to exist. Levi says that's the delusion I'm talking about. Levi, come up here and prove that it's a delusion. First and foremost, I'm going to need to know that you know what a delusion is. No men can give birth. Incorrect. Trans men can give birth. Just a bunch of dumbass Christians who don't know anything about sex and gender. Oh god. Nick A. Nick A, welcome back.
Hello. Hi. So I have a question for you because I've been trying to do some research on like the ancient Canaanite pantheon thing, right? And I'm having a hard time trying to look up more consistent information about it. Do you know if there's anywhere I can look to find it, one? And two, is there any passages in the current Bible that we have that have like remnants of the ancient pantheon? Because I know that people say that it's there, but I don't know which parts.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll start with the Bible one, and then I can help you find something online. I'm sure there's plenty of resources for you. Now, when it comes to the Bible, what are like the vestigial references to the pantheon in the Bible? An example of this would be Psalm 82. Yahweh sits in the council of the gods, and amongst the gods, he makes judgment. And he says, "You are gods." He's talking to like a pantheon of gods. The reference to
All right.
the references in Genesis to a we and an us, like let us make man in our image, let us go down and confuse their tongue. That is also a reference to the pantheon of gods. Um, the Genesis 6 talks about the sons of God. The sons of God are that Canaanite pantheon. They're just a bunch of other lesser deities.
Okay, Genesis Psalm.
And listen, this
All
is one
right.
of the this is one of the funniest comments. Levi in the comment section says gods with lower G's. Fun fact, Levi, in the Hebrew language, there is no such thing as lowercase and capital case letters. It's just not a thing. So God, the God of Israel, and the gods of the nations, both are El Elohim. So, you know, whatever. Anyways,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Um, other references to the Canaanite pantheon. Of course, there are lots of little tiny vestigial references to Yahweh's once nature as a storm deity. You'll often hear references to Yahweh coming on the clouds. For example, Exodus 19. That's a reference to him being a storm deity. Him having lightnings and thunders. These are all like storm deity like qualities. Uh, yeah, and now in regards to like where can you learn more about Canaanite pantheon? There, where? Let's see. Let's see if I click in
I
Canaanite.
first heard about it from like like no, from anthropology, but I know that we have like archaeology evidence of it, but I don't know where I can read more about what we found.
Yeah, here, let's take a look. Online academia. Let's see. Let's find something really good for you. Does it just have to be online, or are you looking for book references?
I'm just looking for whatever's true.
All right.
Like
Yeah,
I appreciate archaeological evidence,
um, let's take a look.
and also quick confirmation. Like, was it Baal or Baal, the one that we now consider a demon? That was his brother, wasn't it?
So not brother, but I mean, in a sense, brother. So Baal or Baal is how in Hebrew you say Baal, and a lot of English speakers say Baal. Baal was also a storm deity in the Canaanite pantheon, and Yahweh at one point in the history of Israel, Yahweh was considered one of the sons of El, and so was Baal. So in that case, they would both technically at that point be brothers. Really, in reality, people brought in Yahweh into the Canaanite pantheon, and thus he became he's a foreign deity who's taking on the same niche as Baal, and they sort of compete for that niche until Yahweh like climbs the ranks to become like the supreme deity amongst the Israelites. So at one point they're
Okay.
brethren, and before that they were gods from different pantheons. Um,
Oh, that's interesting.
a really good book on this topic would be Mark S. Smith. Mark S. Smith is a good scholar on ancient Canaanite and
Marcus Smith.
Israelite religion. He's got The
Okay.
Origins of Biblical Monotheism, for example, as a good book, and it probably has a
Yep.
lot of references to the Canaanite pantheon in there.
All right. Saved it. Got it. All right. Thank you so much.
Happy to help.
See ya.
All right, we're gonna bring up the next guest. Catholic traditionalist. Catholic traditionalist. I'm going to ask you 3 preliminary questions, and then we can get into the meat and potatoes of the conversation. Question number 1: are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
Question number 2: what pronouns do you go by?
He, him.
Question number 3: do you think are you a Christian? Obviously, yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm Dalton the Bible Guy. Tell me, Catholic traditionalist, why should I become a Christian?
So that you can live eternally with God.
Well, I don't think that either of those things are real, eternal life or Yahweh.
That's nice.
So why should I become a Christian?
So that you can live eternally with God.
Well, you should believe in Peggy so that you don't get absolutely rammed in the afterlife. Does that resonate with you?
Peggy, I don't know who Peggy is.
The supreme goddess of the gaps.
What's the attributes of Peggy?
It's infinitely girthy, infinitely lengthy, infinitely stretching out all of our sphincters. Anyways, she has all the same attributes as she actually has all the same attributes as the god of classical theism.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, then I would submit to that God because that would be the God of theism. Because all you're doing is labeling that God with the name Peggy. So now you
Hell,
believe in the one true God. Thank you.
well, yeah,
I
well, that's
guess
not
I've done my
but that's
job here.
but
You
that's
now
not.
conceded
But
that
I
God
know this is
exists.
late.
So I guess
I know you're yeah, you're about to run away, right? Are you about to run away? Is that what's happening?
No, what are you talking about? You
Well,
just
the god
conceded that the God exists. The one true God
not.
exists.
Oh no, but not Yahweh. Not Yahweh. Yahweh isn't this God.
Yes, because you said that
No,
you said
Yah.
that God has all the attributes of Yahweh. You just labeling
Oh no
that
no
God
no
as
no.
Peggy.
Oh no no no.
So yeah.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that God has all the attributes of Yahweh. I said that Peggy has all the attributes of the God of classical theism. Yahweh is not the God of classical theism.
What's the God of classical theism?
Omnipotent, omniscient, all-knowing. When I read the Hebrew Bible, Yahweh doesn't have those attributes.
Yes, he has those attributes.
No, he doesn't. Have you read the Hebrew Bible?
Where does he not have those attributes?
Genesis 18. Would you like to
Okay,
see?
how in Genesis 18 does he not have those attributes?
Yeah, that's fine. Here, I'm gonna pull it up so we can all read it together. Let's see. Let's see what pretzeling gymnastics we're about to do. Okay, let's see. Genesis chapter 18. You know, like the story of Sodom and Gomorrah?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and right before the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, Abraham is met by Yahweh, and they are walking along towards the city of Sodom, and this is what Yahweh says to Abraham. Then the Lord said, "How great is the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah, and how very grave their sin. I must go down and see whether they have done altogether according to the outcry that has come to me, and if not, I will know." What is that
Uh-huh.
about? What is that about?
Are you familiar with anthropomorphic language?
Yes, I'm familiar with the coping mechanism that Christians do in order to read back onto the Hebrew Bible their classical theism, but you have to ignore what the text plainly says. And I would need to be given a good reason to treat the Hebrew Bible differently than other ancient Near Eastern texts.
Well, it's not simply Christians. Biblical
Or Jewish.
scholars. Yeah,
Oh no no!
biblical scholar. Can I finish, or are you
Watch,
just going to keep talking
here.
over me?
Watch out before you make a claim about biblical scholar, because I'm just going to come back at you. But all right.
Yeah, biblical scholars admit that with regards to the God in the Bible, that it's using anthropomorphic language. Do you deny
Biblical.
this?
I do deny this. Francesca Stavrakopoulos is a biblical scholar. She has a book called God and Anatomy.
I said biblical scholars, plural.
Yes, the consensus of biblical scholars is the same thing that Francesca Stavrakopoulos would postulate. Not the Christian for you. I know that Christian biblical scholars affirm the idea that God has the classical theistic attributes, but the consensus of biblical scholars agree with Dr. Francesca Stavrakopoulos that Yahweh was originally a anthropomorphic deity, with arms, legs, and a head, just like any other ancient Near Eastern deity, and that as Hellenistic influence permeated the Jewish religion, especially in the Christian era, that believers in the Christian God / Jewish God started to abstract Yahweh until he became the deity of classical theism.
Now, are scholars infallible?
Okay, now wait. Are you so now you're going to start complaining about what the scholars say? I'm going to say
I'm here an answer to my question.
yes, scholars are fallible. All people are fallible, including whatever scholar you want to bring up.
All people are infallible, is your claim?
Fallible.
Thank you. That was my question, whether they're infallible. So you're admitting that they are all fallible.
No one is infallible.
Well, that's not true. We know that
true.
with regards to the Holy Bible, it is the infallible truth of God.
No, we don't.
And we know with regards to the church,
we don't know that. No, we don't. No,
now, you
we
don't
don't.
believe
No.
you don't believe in any God or gods, correct?
No, we don't know. I'm not going to scoot past this. No, we don't know that the Bible is infallible. In fact, as far as I can tell by my reading of the Bible is far from infallible. It doesn't even get basic historical facts right sometimes. It gets scientific facts wrong, but of course, you're just going to ignore what the Bible plainly says and try to read back onto it some sort of other meaning. But no, the Bible is not infallible.
Mm-hmm. Now, you don't believe in any God or gods, correct?
No, but even if I did, I still wouldn't be a Christian.
So, with regards to creator mind, with regards to everything that you perceive to exist,
let's just
how
pretend,
did you determine that?
Let's just pretend I'm a deist who. Let's just pretend I'm a deist who believes in a God.
Well, I'm not going to pretend. You've already admitted to being an atheist.
I don't care.
So you have to.
I don't care about that conversation.
He's running away from his atheism, everybody. He's running away.
I don't
He's
care.
Crashing out.
I don't care about atheism.
You've already admitted that you're an atheist.
I don't care about atheism. I could be a deist
he's censoring
today.
Me. He's running away from his atheism. He can't defend his atheism.
Anyways, so I could be a deist tomorrow, and
if he's just going to continue,
and nothing about this show. Go ahead. We'll miss you. Run away. Look at that. They can't handle it. They can't handle it. What the Catholic or Orthodox Philbro kind of Christians, what they cannot handle is any actual conversation about the Bible. They will always try to go to philosophical arguments for the existence of God, which is why I will just say, listen, let's say I'm a deist, and I do believe in a God of classical theism, who has all the omni properties. Nothing about my show would change tomorrow if I believed in the God of classical theism. I would still not be a Christian. I would still not believe in the Bible, which is why I can just skip that conversation altogether. I can skip that conversation altogether because it doesn't matter for this live. Levi, atheism isn't a belief. I don't know what you're on about. But he'll never get to hear about it now because the God of the Bible isn't the God of classical theism. All right. Hopefully the next guest won't run away from the conversation. We got here, TJ is who Ibe. I'm gonna ask you.
Come on, brother. Who I be?
Oh, okay. I'm gonna ask you 3 preliminary questions, TJ, and then we can get to the conversation. Question number 1: are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
Question number 2: what pronouns do you go by?
I'm he.
There you go. Question number 3: are you a Christian?
Yes.
All right. I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. TJ, why should I be a Christian?
Well, what is your position? Are you an atheist, agnostic? Where do you stand first?
I'm an agnostic atheist, but if I believed in a God, I still wouldn't be a Christian. So let's just pretend I believe in a God.
You believe in a God?
Yeah, it's all powerful, all knowing, has all the omni properties.
Okay, I was just curious. I mean, I was only coming up to ask one quick question was all, and you pretty much answered it. So I really don't have too much to say. That was pretty much it.
You just wanted to know if I was an atheist.
Well, yeah, I mean, because why should you become a Christian? I mean, that's more nobody in their right mind, in my personal opinion, whether you're for or against Christianity, Jesus, Islam, it doesn't matter. Um, you're not going to change my mind, and I'm not going to change your mind in a 15-minute conversation on TikTok. I mean, I'm fully aware of that.
I mean, you
But
could start nudging me towards what you think is the truth if you have good arguments.
well, I
That's good.
100% do. But here's the thing: is I haven't been in your live long enough to predicate what angle would be best for to kind of discuss things. I just had a question about whether you
I
just
mean,
were
it's
completely against everything or not.
it's simple. Just give me arguments that raise the likelihood that Christianity is true as a religion as opposed to anything else.
Well, do you believe that the man, because you said you wouldn't believe in Jesus. Do you believe that the man Jesus existed as an individual person?
Yes.
Okay. What do you justify that Jesus walked the earth?
What do I use to justify? I lean
Yes,
mostly
sir.
on the testimony of Josephus Flavius, Paul, and maybe Tacitus.
Okay, Paul. So the Apostle Paul, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Paul knows Jesus' brother. It's kind of
Okay.
hard to know the
So
brother of someone who didn't exist.
no, I 100% agree with you. He was also, it's in the Roman scrolls that the man Jesus existed. So, okay, so we agree that to start with, that there was a man named Jesus who existed that walked the face of the earth. Divinity set aside, this man existed. So you do know of Paul. If you look at kind of the history of Paul and where he comes from, Paul wrote about Christ. His publications were published as early as 50 AD. He died approximately between 62 to 64 AD, give or take, after his imprisonment and all that stuff. So his letters to the churches, or like the Church of Corinth and all this other stuff, some of those letters were in circulation while Paul was alive.
Yeah.
So that being said, if you take Paul at face value that yes, he knew this man and whatever.
Oh, he didn't
and
know
then
Jesus.
No, what I'm saying is that okay, he knew of the man, not that he knew him in the context of I know you and you know me because we're speaking, okay? But what I'm saying is, so he wrote his letters because I've actually been doing a study, just kind of self-examining to, hey, why do we believe the Bible is the Bible? Because I want to be able to explain some things to non-believers because 100% the Bible has circular reasoning because it uses itself to justify the Lord. So I wanted to know, okay, why do we believe the Bible is true? So I've started and I'm very, very fresh into the study, but I've started a study about the Apostle Paul and kind of how we can validate what he even wrote. You know what I mean? So the reason that I believe is there's too many things that point to not only his divinity. I mean, and I'm sure you've heard a lot of the the odds on him completing a portion of what was told in the Old Testament. Do you believe that or no?
Oh, Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy from the Old Testament. So the
So
likelihood
think,
that
so
so
you,
the likelihood that anyone could do what Jesus could do is 100%, just like me. I didn't. I fulfilled as much prophecy as Jesus did.
and that's where we disagree. So you're saying that the eyewitness accounts are lies?
We don't have any eyewitness accounts for Jesus.
Okay. Then I would have you. Let me ask this. So to get to your position where you believe that, were you a believer before, or you just kind of acquired this? Because there's some really, really good literature out there that is
Yes.
much more profound than me. You know what I mean? So
I'm
were you a believer or what?
Yes, I'm an ex-Christian, and I've read the Bible front to back.
I'm sorry. My son's calling me. He's up the road by himself. He's 12. I have to run real quick and take this. I apologize. I'll try to hop back in a minute. Sorry.
All right. Well, all right. We didn't get anywhere with that conversation. Let's see. Johnny B, I'm gonna ask you. Wait, Johnny. Oh wait, are you? No, you're not that Johnny B, are you? No, of course not. No, it's a different Johnny B. Johnny B, I'm gonna ask you 3 preliminary questions, and then we can get to the conversation. Question number 1: are you at least 18 years old?
Say it again. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Are you at least 18 years old?
What was the first question? Can you hear me?
Are you at least 18 years old?
Hold on a sec, man. I'm having a problem hearing you. Give me just a sec. Okay, now I can hear you. Say it again.
Are you at least 18 years old?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, question number 2. What pronouns do you go by?
Yeah, I'm a man.
Okay,
He.
so there you go. Question number 3. Are you a Christian?
I am a Christian, but I'm also a theist, and so
Every Christian is a theist. So,
yeah. So what I do is basically study, history of religions, and so I'd be glad to talk to you about any religion. But I mean, I'm looking at your prompt, and I mean, I honestly can't answer that question for you. That would be something you would have to answer for yourself. But I could definitely chime in on the conversation about God's existence.
well, I don't care about that. I could believe in God today and I still wouldn't be a Christian.
Well, you already said you're an atheist or an agnostic or something like that.
Yeah, but the question of God's existence is irrelevant to me. It's irrelevant to this conversation. Like
Well, it's not irrelevant.
if I believed in God, nothing about this show would change. Absolutely nothing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that if you're intellectual and you want to have a conversation, how old are you?
30.
Yeah. So I mean, you're basically still kind of young, and I'm not holding that against you. I'm just saying that.
I know more about the Bible than most 60-year-old Christians. So let's not talk about my age.
Good.
So, anyways, if I believed in God
I
today, I still wouldn't believe in Yahweh.
Yeah, and I'm not asking you to believe in Yahweh. I'm just asking you to believe in the possibility of the fact that God exists. And I mean, do you agree with that or no? Because
I would like to talk about Christianity though, not just a generic God.
Okay, so you just want to talk about Christianity.
Yes, I want to know whether or not I should become a Christian.
I mean, maybe I can go there with you.
All right, why should I become a Christian?
Well, I mean, let's start with, I've got 3 points. I mean, I don't know if you want to spend time with me on those, but I've got 3 points.
Let's start with point number 1.
Okay, let me ask you a question. I mean, the first question would be this. And believe me, they're progressive. So I'm going to get to your point about Christianity. But the first question would be, which I would ask anybody, including myself, do I know 100% of everything that there is to know about the universe?
No, the only thing I know 100% is that I exist, and I don't know anything else 100%. That would be
that
would be a crazy claim for anyone.
Yeah, and I appreciate you answering it that way. So let's just hypothetically say, 50% of everything that there is to know about the universe, right? Which none of us do, but let's say hypothetically we know 50% of everything there is to know about the universe. Is it possible in that other 50% that we don't know that God exists?
Sure, but until such a time as that has been demonstrated, I'm not justified to believe it. I'm only justified to believe the things I have evidence for. Because like I've already said to my last guest, I don't care about atheism per se. If I believed in a God today, I still wouldn't believe in Christianity.
No, the whole point is I'm trying to get you there to Christianity, okay?
All right, let's just start from the position that I believe in a God.
I told you I have 3 points, okay? So you say you do believe in a God?
Let's say for the sake of this argument, I'm a deist who believes in a God.
No, but I mean, do you?
I don't, but let's pretend I do because it's irrelevant whether or not I believe in a God.
No, we're having an honest conversation.
Johnny, nothing about this conversation would change if I believed in a God. I would still not be a Christian.
So what you're telling me is nobody can tell you anything.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're not listening. If I believed in a
Listen.
God who was all powerful, all loving, all knowing, all that kind of stuff, I still wouldn't believe in the claims of Christianity.
Yeah, and I'm just moving you in that direction. I mean, I said I had 3 points.
All right, so what's point number 2?
Okay, so point number 1 is that you do admit that within that 50% that God could exist, correct?
Sure.
Thank you. So no longer could you claim to be an atheist at that point.
No.
You would definitely have to just say you're an agnostic.
I don't think you know what atheism is. I think that's the problem. What do you think? What do you think atheism is?
How do you think I don't know what atheism is? I mean, I'm just kind of curious.
Because if you make the claim that an individual doesn't have 100% knowledge that God does,
atheism means,
Johnny, I was responding
in the very essence of the very word itself, means there's no God. Okay,
No.
atheism.
No.
Okay, so
no,
yes.
Johnny, that's not what atheism is.
Yeah. No, it is.
No, Johnny, as an atheist, I'm telling you,
oh my God,
that's not what atheism is, and that's not how atheists use the term atheist.
What does the A mean? And what does the A mean in atheist?
Without.
Can you explain that?
Without.
Okay, so what does theist mean?
God. It just means an individual who an individual who lacks a belief in a God. It doesn't mean they have to have 100% knowledge that there is no God.
No,
Johnny,
you're talking about knowledge.
Johnny, as an atheist, you don't get to tell me that I'm not an atheist. You could be a Gnostic atheist, which is someone who believes there is no God and knows there is no God 100%. Or you could be an agnostic atheist, someone who doesn't believe in a God, but also doesn't have absolute knowledge, just as you could be a Gnostic theist, someone who believes in a God and knows for a fact there is a God, or an agnostic theist, someone who believes in a God but doesn't have 100% certainty. Those are the 4 categories between atheist and theist. All it is required for a person to be an atheist is to lack belief in a God.
That's what I just said.
No, you made the claim that if you don't have 100% certainty that there is no God, you can't be an atheist.
No, that would be if you were an agnostic.
Atheist. I'm an agnostic atheist.
No, you can't be an agnostic atheist. Come on, man.
Can. Yes, you can. This is how we atheists use this term. Agnostic versus agnostic refers to what one knows, and theist versus atheist refers to what one believes.
So let me go through that with you. I mean, just for a second, okay? So an agnostic, the word Gnostic means what?
Gnostic means knowledge, or one who knows.
Yes, exactly. So you're saying that an agnostic does not have knowledge that there is a God, okay? And I totally agree with you on that.
And as a result, Johnny, I don't have a belief that there is a God. As long as you don't actively believe in the existence of a God, you are an atheist. There is, and you have this idea that agnostic is like some sort of middle position.
I've been studying this a lot longer than.
Then maybe you should keep studying. So you have this imagination that agnostic is the sort of imaginary middle ground between theism and atheism. But that doesn't make any sense. Okay? It's a true dichotomy that you either actively believe that there is a God or you lack that belief in a God. Those are the only 2 options. If you have the belief that there is a God, you are a theist. If you lack that belief in a God, you are an atheist, and one's confidence level in that position determines whether or not you are agnostic or Gnostic in each position. Now, I am an atheist. But like I said, even if I was a theist, I wouldn't be a Christian.
Okay. So you're an atheist.
Yes.
Okay, you just changed your whole philosophy, though, based on your answer to my question. Is that
I didn't change anything about my philosophy. My philosophy has remained unchanged.
If possibly in 50% of what you don't know about the universe God exists, you actually said,
But do I? But
you
Johnny, do
actually
I?
said
Johnny,
that
do I?
that
Johnny,
that
Johnny,
good God
Johnny,
could
Johnny,
exist.
Johnny,
So you're
Johnny,
no
Johnny,
longer an
Johnny,
atheist.
Johnny, Johnny, Johnny. Do I actively hold a belief in a God?
I didn't ask you if you believed in God. I asked you if in that 50% of knowledge.
Bye, Johnny. What a fucking idiot. This is why atheists do not take Christians seriously. Because y'all don't even know what the term atheist even fucking means. If you can't even accurately tell me what atheist is, why should I believe you on anything else? Unfucking believable. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna bring up the next guest. Hopefully, Jesus Christ, we can get an argument for Christianity and not a Christian who doesn't know what atheism is. All right, Top Gun Maverick 520. I'm going to ask you 3 preliminary questions and we can get to the conversation. Question number 1, are you at least 18 years old?
Yes, I am.
Question number 2, what pronouns do you go by?
He, him.
Question number 3, are you a Christian?
No, and you shouldn't either. That's all I had. Sorry.
You answered the pronoun question too easily. That's why I figured maybe this guy isn't a Christian. Christians have a hard time with
I held it
grammar.
out a little. I should have held it out a little longer. I should have been a little wishy-washy on it.
Well,
Yeah,
thank
man.
you for the input, Top Gun, and you're absolutely right.
Dude, have a good day and keep the good work.
You too. All right, Chad. Chad, I'm going to ask you the same 3 questions. Question number 1, are you at least 18 years old?
No.
You're not 18. You're not at least 18 years old?
Oh, it is me. My bad. I thought you were talking to somebody else. My bad, dude.
Are you at least 18 years old?
Yeah, I'm 50 years old.
Question number 2, what pronouns do you go by?
I go by Chad. My name's Chad. I'm a male.
None of those things are pronouns.
Well, that's my name. You asked me my name.
No, I said what pronouns do you go by?
I go by Big Dick Daddy from Cincinnati.
None of those things are pronouns.
It is. My wife thinks it.
Are you just telling us you don't know what pronouns are? You don't know how basic English works?
What are you so afraid of? Why do you even care what
the only thing I'm afraid of is wasting my time talking to someone who's too dumb that they don't even know what pronouns are.
Well, you don't even know what I know.
But if you you're showing me you don't know what pronouns are every time you don't answer the question.
I don't care about all that crap. I'm trying to tell you what you're interested in. You want to talk about Christianity?
Right now what I'm interested in
well,
is what are your pronouns?
Tell me if you want to know about
what I'm interested in right now is is Chad's pronouns. What is its pronouns? So Chad, we don't get to move forward in the conversation until you tell me your pronouns. That's the rule. That's the hard, fast rule. And you can either like run away like a coward because you're afraid of telling me what your pronouns are, or you can just answer. And then we can actually get to the conversation. So Chad, I'll ask you, my wife must have left him. I'll ask you again. Chad, what pronouns do you go by? You can do it, buddy. I believe in you.
faggot ass motherfucker.
Yeah, this guy's too dumb. He doesn't know what pronouns are. Guys, he doesn't know what pronouns are. So he has to slur because that's what stupid people do. They slur and they get angry when they get shown how stupid they are. It's like a caveman. You know, you show the caveman something they don't understand, and what do? They start banging rocks together. And Chad's just a fucking dumbass caveman. So, Chad, could you show us that you're not stupid and that you're not just a horrible person? I'll give you, and also you don't do one more slur and I will kick you off. So if you do a slur again, that will be you running like a coward from the conversation. So you can either slur and be a coward, in which case you're running and I'll kick you, or you can show us you're smart and not a big dum-dum, and tell us what your pronouns are. Go ahead, bud. Chad, if you don't unmute yourself, we can't hear you. Hit the little microphone button at the bottom of your screen. Click on that, and we'll be able to hear you. You can do it. You can do it, buddy. You can do it. If you don't unmute yourself, I'm going to assume that you want me to kick you off, in which case this is another attempt at you being a coward and running away. Come on, buddy. You can do it. I believe in you. Come on. Oh, he's angrily jerking off right now to me. I can't. Yeah, I'm just going to drop him. He's a coward. Man, what an idiot. Christian, is this really like your best example of Christians? People who don't know what the word atheist means, people who don't know basic grammar and who have to slur at people. And Bob, you're also a coward because you refuse to come up and talk to me. Like, I don't have high confidence in the Holy Spirit's ability to do anything if it can't even let Christians make good arguments. She wasn't bright. Yeah, she was not bright. We know now how Dalton talks to pets. You're not wrong. I agree, Bob, which is why maybe we shouldn't be talking to you, Bob. I think he knew, he just didn't want to answer you. It seems like it. Oh, I don't think, I'm not quite sure that Bob knows what pronouns are. Pronouns are nouns that decide to go pro. Oh, man. Don't become a Christian? You know what? I agree, Jonah Jameson. And you know what? I get me pictures of Jesus Christ. Christians aren't tasked to convince you. Actually, you are. We will tell you about Jesus when it's on you. We tell you about Jesus, then it's on you. Well, I mean, hey, if you give me shit talking points about Jesus, then really it's on you. Because at the end of the day, if it turns out that Christianity is real, then someone like Chad is going to stand before Jesus, and Jesus is going to look at Chad and go, Chad, you had the opportunity to share me with a non-believer, but instead you decide to be a bigot and call him a slur and thus make me look like more of a jackass than I already am. Everything is shit to a person with psychological issues. I know, Bob. That's why everything's shit to you. I get it. Bob, you gotta stop talking so down about yourself, bud. Why are you so hung up on pronouns? What's the difference? Because, big guy, people who can't answer the pronoun question, it tells me a lot about them. Either one, they're too stupid for the conversation, or two, they're too dishonest to have the conversation. If you can't do something as simple, Bob is flirting with you in your DMs. Yeah. If you can't do something as simple as answer a simple question, then there's something wrong with you. And I don't want to have a conversation with someone who cannot answer simple questions. It will be indicative of the rest of the conversation. What language are we referring to? English. Has Bob joined the panel yet? No, Bob's a coward. I left a review on Chad's music page on Facebook. Oh, hell yeah. Let everyone know what a piece of shit Chad is. Bob was born without a spine. Facts. Hi, I'd like to have a respectful discussion with you after I wash up. I would love that. I would love nothing more than an actual respectful conversation. God damn, I would love that. Oh! For the first time in forever, Bob is coming up. Oh, but then he disappeared. What a fucking coward. What a tease. Fuck you, Bob. Man. For a moment there, I thought Bob grew his spine. But like, as soon as he knew I was going to accept him, he said, no, I can't talk to the Bible guy. Okay, we got a super chat here. Let's see.
At Emre Kitman. With 110. Oh, there. What is this currency?
Real quick. I gotta keep like a little like tab on the side of all the different like currencies. What currency is TRY? Is it? Let's see. Turkish lira. That's right. Okay. Turkish lira. All right.
At Emre Kitman with the 110 Turkish lira. You are frightening your customers with your woke pronouns.
Oh, they are. Christians are terrified of pronouns, it would seem. Dalton's pronunciation is horrible. Really? My pronunciation is horrible? I'm sorry if I have a speech impediment. You gonna shit on Moses now too for his speech impediment? Man. Ooga booga grammar. I have an idea for Halloween. I'd love to hear it. I already know what I'm going to dress up as for Halloween for the live. I've got a really nice idea. Pronouns? Whoa, God, scary. Oh, man. Let's see. Roro says, hello. Hello, Roro. Man. Bob, bo, bob, banana, fanana, bo, bob, b5, mob, bob. Man, that's crazy. Let's see. Do we got a Christian or a Muslim crashing out in the comment section on YouTube? Looks like it. Hey, bud.
I'm
Bob?
helping Fern get rid of the dead bodies.
Nice.
Did I say that out loud?
I'm also helping Christians get rid of a dead body, being the body of Jesus. So it checks out.
Yeah.
Bob almost came up. He requested. I accepted him.
Oh no, he does that. He does.
And
that.
then he did.
Yeah.
And then he disappeared like a coward. Yeah. People are.
He invites me to his lives all the time. So one day I might jest.
No, that's not. No, if Bob wants us to come up and talk to him, he's got to come up and talk to us. But we have a guest here.
I invited him first, to be fair.
Yeah.
I might have to drop, by the way, because I'm literally not home.
Oh, okay, it's fine. Not J186. I'm going to ask you 3 preliminary questions, and then we can get to the conversation. Question number 1: are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
Question number 2: what pronouns do you go by?
The classic he, him.
All right. And question number 3: are you a Christian?
I am.
All right. By the way, all pronouns that I use are classic. But anyways, why should I become a Christian? Not Jay.
I was going to ask you the same question. I'm sure you've got reasons for not being Christian.
Mostly the Bible.
I know that. So I know for objections, I've heard a lot of objections to the Bible, and there are explanations and apologetics for all of them. And I guess I would want to ask you, which ones do you object to the most, and what was it about the apologetics that you didn't find convincing?
Jesus, you can't be a Christian if Jesus isn't the Messiah. And because he didn't fulfill any prophecies, I can't be a Christian.
You know, it's funny. I heard you say that, and I Googled it, but I lost it.
Yeah,
hold on 1 second.
Fulfill even one prophecy. Maybe the prophecy about false prophets, but I'm not even convinced he was a true prophet in any sense. So, yeah.
So the being born in Bethlehem from Micah chapter 5 verse 2.
Micah 5:2 doesn't
you don't
say
believe that one?
Micah 5:2 doesn't say anything about Messiah being born in Bethlehem. Here,
okay.
I'm gonna pull it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop it up too. And I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm curious, is all.
Yeah. Micah 5:2 says, and I quote, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are one of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origins is from of old, from ancient days." So first and foremost, you'll notice that nowhere in the text does it ever say that this individual is born in Bethlehem. It says that his going forth is from Bethlehem. And here, Bethlehem isn't a reference to the village, to the village of Bethlehem. It's a reference to the clan of Bethlehem. It's a clan that's origin is of old, from ancient days. So, if you're talking about a king whose origin is of old and ancient days, its origin is the clan of Bethlehem, what clan do you think that is?
I'm guessing one from Bethlehem.
Yeah, who famously in the Old Testament was born in Bethlehem?
I don't know.
King David. King David was from Bethlehem. The author here is simply stating that there's going to come forth a ruler for Israel, and that this person is going to come forth from the lineage of King David, from the clan of Bethlehem, from ancient days. Also, Jesus wasn't a ruler in Israel. So, like, this isn't about someone being born in Bethlehem, just someone coming forth from the clan of Bethlehem, and that this person is a ruler in Israel. So Jesus doesn't meet any of those criteria.
Okay. Man, that's not the way that I interpret that.
I mean, that's what it says, though.
Run that through me again. Maybe I'm not listening carefully enough.
So first and foremost, this person in question is a ruler in Israel. Moshal by Yisrael. Jesus was never a ruler in Israel. Secondly, this isn't about the village of Bethlehem. It's about a clan of Bethlehem. Bethlehem here is a reference to is one of the clans of Judah, not the village of Bethlehem. It's talking about a clan of Bethlehem, and the origin is from ancient days. From the perspective of the author of Micah, being Micah the prophet, David lived a long time ago. He's from Bethlehem. He's from old and ancient days. Micah is saying that there's going to come forth a ruler from the lineage of King David. That's it.
Okay, so I'm gonna murder the pronunciation, but Ephrata is the older name for the district, identifying it specifically as Bethlehem near Jerusalem rather than another town in Zebulun. And isn't Jesus's lineage traced back to David in the Gospels?
No, not in the Gospels, because in the Gospels, Jesus, it's Joseph who's the descendant of David, and Jesus isn't Joseph's son, according to the Gospels.
Yeah, but it's also traceable through Mary, is what I understand.
No, we have no genealogy for Mary in the Hebrew in the New Testament. We only have two genealogies given to us for Jesus, one in Matthew and one in Luke, and they're both actually Joseph's genealogies.
Give me 1 second. Okay. The genealogy in Luke 3:23 through 38 is believed to trace Mary's ancestry, establishing a physical bloodline from David, specifically through his son Nathan, to Mary.
All right, let's read Luke 3:23 and see where we see Mary's name. Jesus was about 30 years old, same as me, when he began his work. He was the son, as was thought, of Joseph, son of Eli. There's no Mary in this genealogy.
Now Jesus himself was about 30 years old when he began his ministry. He was 23. Matthias, yeah, boring. That's interesting. Then why would they say that it is if he's not? What is the specific apologetic for that?
I know, right?
I mean, look, I'm not saying there's got to be an apologetic out there that somehow explains it, correct? And I'm assuming that you searched that out. I couldn't be the first person to say to you that Jesus' bloodline is traced back to David through Mary.
And both
Did
also
you search the apologetic?
Yeah, I did. Levirate marriage is the apologetic, but it doesn't work because, like, it's not in levirate marriage. The idea is that Jacob and Heli, the two fathers of Joseph in Matthew 1 and 2, one is Joseph's actual biological father, and one's his legal father. But the problem is that Joseph and Heli don't have the same dad either. It's completely different lineages all the way up. The other apologetic is that Joseph is the son-in-law of Heli, but Luke had a word for son-in-law in the Greek language, and he uses it elsewhere in the Gospel of Luke, but he could have used it here, but he doesn't. He just says son of Heli, the same way he says that Heli is the son of Mathat.
Okay, Jim Blackburn said you can come to Jesus through Mary. You know, the more I thought about it, if you refer to Hebrews, Jesus is our great high priest. No, that's not. I'm gonna have to research that. Also, and I guess that's the first. That's what I was looking for.
Also, both genealogies pretty much disqualify. If let's pretend for a moment these are Jesus's genealogies that go back to David. Both genealogies would disqualify him for being king of Israel. First and foremost, Luke's genealogy is David through his son Nathan. The kingship is only through Solomon, not through Nathan. Secondly, the Gospel of Matthew says it's David, and it goes all the way down through Jeconiah. According to the book of the prophet Jeremiah, Jeconiah, none of his descendants can be kings of Israel. There was a curse on Jeconiah's bloodline.
Jesus, maybe this is getting to it more. Jesus is a descendant of King David, both legally through Joseph and biologically through Mary. Jesus' relationship to David is established through two genealogical lines recorded in the Gospels. The Gospel of Matthew traces Jesus' lineage through Joseph, his legal father, from Abraham to David, then through Solomon down to Joseph, placing Jesus within the royal line of David. Although Joseph was not Jesus' biological father, his legal descendant from David fulfilled the requirement for the Messiah to come from David's dynasty. So your contention is that
Joseph can't legally give Jesus anything. Joseph, according to the Gospel of Matthew, is a descendant of David through Jeconiah, and every one of Jeconiah's descendants are disqualified from being kings of Israel.
Okay, so you're saying that. So your contention is that even though legally, or even though you can trace the descendants, and he's legally his father, that it's not his throne to give in another legal sense.
Yeah, because because God cursed the line of Jeconiah.
So the Gospel of Luke, on the other hand, traces Jesus' lineage through Mary, connecting him biologically to David via his son Nathan rather than Solomon. This dual lineage shows that Jesus is both legally and biologically a descendant of David, reinforcing his claim as the promised Messiah, Romans 1:3.
Well, that tells us that two things. First and foremost, Luke's genealogy isn't Mary's. It says Joseph, not Mary. Secondly, Luke's genealogy is David through his son Nathan, and Nathan's descendants are not the heirs of the throne.
So let me ask you, why is the throne of David vacant?
Because prophecy fails.
No, I mean, like if you were doing it like a king, and the king didn't have any sons or daughters, that'd be a reason why.
The reason why the throne is empty is because the Jewish people were carried away into Babylonian exile, and the monarchy of Israel ended at the Babylonian exile.
Okay, so what happened to whoever was supposed to take the throne when they were in Babylonian exile?
They were in Babylon. You can't assume the throne in of Israel after as long as you're like in Babylon. And after Babylon,
No, I absolutely get that, but I think that there are a couple of, I forget what they call them, but there's like the king of, I don't know, Liechtenstein, who, because there's no more monarchy, had the monarchy went on, he would be king of Liechtenstein, but he pumps gas in Germany or something. So the lineage is still there, even though he doesn't have the throne. He would have been the king had
maybe
had
there's
the monarchy.
maybe there's someone out there who's a descendant of King David through Solomon, but not through the line of Jeconiah, and thus could legitimately be a king of Israel. But as far as we can tell, Jesus isn't that guy.
Did David have any living sons or
David
daughters?
David had tons of children, and there are tons of people today who also claim to be descendants of David. Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the Rebbe of Chabad Lubavitch, was also thought to be a descendant of King David. I know a guy named Nehemiah Gordon who has a family tradition that says that his family goes back to King David.
So the title Son of David is more than a genealogical statement. It is a messianic title. In the New Testament, people address Jesus as Son of David to acknowledge him as the long-awaited deliverer and rightful heir to David's throne. This title reflects fulfillment of Old Testament prophecies, such as God's promise to David that his lineage would endure forever and that a descendant would reign eternally. 2 Samuel chapter 7, 12 through 16, Isaiah 11, 1 to 2, Jeremiah 23 to 5, 6, which conflicts with what you're saying.
No, it doesn't conflict because I've already said. I've already said though, prophecy can fail. Just because a prophet really believed that God gave this promise to David doesn't mean that. I mean, I don't think God ever did give this promise to David. Like, prophecy failed.
So how did the kingship of David pass down? Was it to the firstborn son, the firstborn child? How did it pass down?
To Solomon. He wasn't David's firstborn. To Solomon,
so
and then to Solomon
to David.
Yeah, it went from David to Solomon.
No, that's but who was Solomon to David? Was he his brother? Was he his cousin? Was he his son?
His son.
Okay. So who was Solomon?
King Solomon. He built the temple.
Right. Who would have Solomon passed it to?
Let's see who Solomon's son was. Who was Solomon's son? Who became king? Let's see.
Was Solomon David's firstborn son?
No. Rehoboam.
No.
Rehoboam is who became the individual who succeeded King Solomon. Did you just like a list of all the kings from David until the time of the exile?
Let me ask you a question. They chose the next king as an offspring of the prior king, correct?
Yep, that's how kingship works in ancient Israel.
Okay. And is it the firstborn always, or is it just whoever the father chooses?
Whoever the father chooses. As long as they're his son, it's just up to his discretion. We see that we saw that that Solomon's brother at one point tried to take the throne, and then Bathsheba went to Solomon and like pleaded for Solomon to be king of Israel, and David chose Solomon.
Okay, so I'm guessing that somehow in there, because it's the kingdom of Israel, that they're somehow guided by divine guidance on who to pick which son.
No, David just chose who should be the son.
Okay. Give me one second.
Is this eventually going to get us to therefore Jesus was the Messiah?
Yes.
I would love to see how.
Okay.
I feel like I'm debating everyone but you.
Who, me?
Yes, I feel like I'm just debating everyone on the internet except for you.
Yeah. Okay, so David's selection as the next king of Israel was a pivotal moment. The anointing of David as king was a process detailed in the books of Samuel, 1 Samuel and 2 Samuel, where God
Yes.
instructed.
David was
debating everybody else. I didn't come here to pick a fight.
David was chosen by God, but David chose Solomon after him.
Yeah, the anointing signified God's choice, the beginning of David's journey to kingship. Okay, so how did David choose Solomon? Soloman.
Bathsheba begged for it.
David's choice of Solomon as king was a result of a divine plan guided by the word of the Lord. Solomon was chosen because he was a man of peace.
Are you just
a covenant
typing?
faithful.
Are you just typing into ChatGPT all your answers? Is that what's going on right now?
No, into the catechism.
Into an AI that's the catechism AI.
No, the catechism, the Vatican catechism. It's a searchable catechism.
Can we ever establish that Jesus wasn't actually a descendant of King David through Solomon? Can we establish that?
I'm still, I wrote that down in a note to research further. I still don't understand your reasoning on why, because he was a son of Joseph legally, because
of Jeconiah.
Yeah.
The curse on Jeconiah's lineage. God explicitly says that no one who is a son of Jeconiah or any of his descendants can ever sit on the throne of Israel.
Can you spell Jeconiah for me?
Jeconiah. At least that's how you spell it, like translated straight from Hebrew. I don't know how you spell it in English.
Yeah. Curse. Okay. Oh, Jeconiah. Okay, Jeconiah's curse, also known as the curse of Conia, prophetic judgment, pronounced Lord Jeremiah.
Here, I'll just read it. Jesus Christ. All right, I'm gonna bring it up on the screen. All right. Thus saith the Lord, record this man as childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days, for none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah.
Okay, I know how the apologists get around this.
Of course. The sneaky, slippery car salesmen that are apologists. How do they get around it?
Okay. Jesus is not a direct descendant of Jeconiah, who was cursed by Jeremiah, stating that none of his descendants would prosper on the throne of David. However, Jeconiah is listed in the genealogy of Jesus in the Gospel of Matthew, establishing a connection through Joseph, who is a descendant. This inclusion highlights the fulfillment of God process, as Jesus inherits the royal line without being subject to the curse, as he is not a biological descendant.
He's not a biological descendant of King David, so can't be king of Israel.
Yeah.
Can't be king of Israel then.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's that we got on that one. Then I know how the apologists explain it. The only other thing I got to find out is how they get from the verse in Matthew that doesn't mention Mary to Mary, from Jesus to David in Luke when it doesn't mention Mary.
And Luke's and Nathan's descendants are not the king of Israel. Solomon is.
Okay. Hey, man, you gave me a little research. I appreciate it.
All right. Have a good day, Not.
All right. Yeah, I just to let you know, I engage in these not to argue, but to find something to research so that I can learn more about it. And I got to tell you, I never would have come up with that on my own. So I appreciate it. You have a good day, man.
You too.
Appreciate it.
I always fucking hate having to debate someone who's not the person I'm talking to. Like, just admit you don't know. Jesus Christ. And also, the tactic of going to look for an apologetic is also problematic. Hi, Rabbi. What's up?
Hey, somebody sort of sent out the Sinai signal asking for about, adoption.
Oh, yeah. We were just going over why Jesus can't be the Messiah because he wasn't descended from King David and the apologetic tactics that they tried to employ employ in order to make Jesus the Messiah.
Man.
Let's see. What if Solomon was the divine choice? Even if Solomon was divinely chosen by God to be king of Israel, it wouldn't profit Jesus at all. So Christians, I think I might need to do a restart because my live it says your live contains themes that some find uncomfortable and has been restricted. So I think I'm gonna have to do someone complained to TikTok about me, so I'm gonna have to do a quick restart, and then we'll come back and hopefully we'll get some Christians who can give me a good reason to become Christian. All right, let's see. I'll see you if you want to come back, Rabbi. Let me know. Just ask to come back.
Yep. Thanks.
All right. God, that was so weird, wasn't it? It's so annoying when I end up debating like an AI instead of like debating the person at hand. Like, it's nice to know that I'm smarter than AI when it comes to the Bible. Jesus fucking Christ, it's boring. It's boring. Okay, we have another super chat here.
At Emre Kipman with 55 Turkish lira. Do you have another guest on queue that this is? How can I say bland?
It was bland, I know, yeah, 100%. It was annoying as hell, for sure. Welcome back, Rabbi.
Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a Christian who can come up and give me a good reason to be a Christian, other than me having to teach them everything about the Old Testament. I think I teach more Bible than pastors do. Christians, if you really want to learn your Bible, just stick around. You'll learn more Bible here than you will in church. That's for sure. When I was in high school, I found my church really annoying because my pastor would read like one or two verses and then build this entire elaborate sermon off of two verses, and I felt like I was learning absolutely nothing about the Bible from my pastor growing up. Also, because the fact that he was an itinerant preacher, before he became like a pastor settled down in a church, it used to be so easy for him. He could just go to church to church to church around and give the same exact sermon, and it would be fresh every time because it'd be a new audience. So when he settled down and became a church pastor, it meant that, oh my God, I heard his testimony at least 50 million times growing up because he didn't know how to give fresh content. I don't know, some of the stuff you say is off. Rajadi Dajadi, I would love to know what I say that's off. At
Herbie Shine with the where'd you go, Rabbi? Where'd you go? College. At Herbie Shine with the 2 pounds. I'll be back for you. Deltona, you deserve better callers than these.
I know, it's like maybe the Christian God is real, and his punishment for me is by sending me the absolute worst fucking callers to drive me insane. That would be appropriate, wouldn't it? Oh man. Vera Vol says, unfortunately, you either his or not. Maybe you not his. Gee whiz, what? Oh, okay. I was like, who's here? My sister's on the phone with her husband. Yeah, so anyways, Christians, make sure you everyone you tap that screen, share the live with those you love, with those you hate, with your friends and with your enemies. Let's get the word out there and have some interesting conversations. Hopefully we can get some good Christian interlocutors to come up and give me a good reason to believe in the Christian faith. Nora says, Dolson, whose are you? Like what? Right? That I was confused too reading that. Oh man. One of the most annoying parts about debating a Calvinist, though, is that I can be like, God is a dick. And a Calvinist, by the means of their theology, is like, yep, and he's God, so he can be a dick. Dybel the Balton guy? That sounded like poorly articulated Calvinism, if it made sense at all. Maybe, yeah, maybe that's exactly what they were trying to do. Oh man. Unfortunately, you either his or not. Maybe you're not his. You not his. Yeah. Maybe that's them. Maybe they're just Calvinist and that was their attempt at it. You know? It's alright. It's alright, Bible World. It's alright. He'll is debating Ray Comfort, Kent Hovind, and Praise I Am for Eternity. Oh god, if Ray Comfort came on here, I don't know what I'd do. Ray Comfort is not a debater. He likes to preach, but I don't know if Ray Comfort could handle this show. Hovind. Yeah, Hovind. Kent Hovind. As a kid, when I was younger, I used to get Kent Hovind and Ken Ham, except calling them Ken Hovind and Kent Ham. They're both crazy. You should be a Universalist Christian. I can't though. I can't be a Christian. I don't think Jesus was the Christ. In order to be a Christian, you have to believe Jesus was the Christ and they resurrected from the dead. And I'm not convinced of that. Therefore, I can't be a Christian. I just can't. I couldn't even if I wanted to. Duncan, do you make music? I do not make music. I have the ability to here. I don't make music. I just have auto-tune. Dunklin, I'm having fun coming up with new names. First time I saw Ken Ham was on public access TV in the 90s. It was just, were you there? That is his whole thing. I would love to see Kent Holman, he's on like trial for murder. And then the judge shows all this, like the lawyer is showing all this forensic evidence that Kent Holman committed the murder. And then Kent Holman stands up and goes, but judge, were you there? Hi, Liz.
Yo, how's it going, everyone?
Oh, doing good.
Hi, Ace. Hi, Last Snow Jade.
I've had a few nutters today,
You've already had nutters today?
Oh, yeah. 100%. Roger D. Dodgy says, one is where you conflate does not repent to mean the same thing in different contexts in Exodus 32 and Numbers 23. It says, well, you said repent because you're using an older translation, but nacham in reference to Yahweh means to change mind. And one says that God does not nacham, and one says that God did nacham. I'm not mistaken on Numbers 23 and Exodus 32. Thomas J says, here, let me read it in the Christian voice. Let's see, you
will bow and you will confess and then follow Satan to hell.
Really? Thomas, according to Paul, whoever confesses that Jesus is Lord is saved. And if Paul is also right that every knee will bow and every tongue will confess Jesus Christ is Lord, the logical implication of that is, Ted Watson. The obvious implication of that would be everyone will be saved. So I can I can be an atheist right now. It's fine. Listen, Ted Watson, Christian universalism has good arguments for it, and also there are things in the Bible that are against universalism. if you want to believe that God is all powerful, all good, and all knowing, universalism has to be true, by definition. But I can't be a Christian because I'm not convinced that Jesus was the Christ and the Son of God. Dope hat, Dalton. Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of like, I want to say I went towards like, I feel like universalism solved the problem of theodicy for me.
Yeah.
I mean, that was more like comfortable to me.
At the end of my Christianity, right before I left it, I had accepted universalism. We have a guest. We have Knox here. Knox, I'm going to ask you 3 preliminary questions, and then we can get to the meat and potatoes of the conversation. Question number 1, are you at least 18 years old?
Yeah.
Question number 2, what pronouns do you go by?
Male.
That's not a pronoun. That's just a noun.
That's not a pronoun.
I don't understand the whole pronoun thing.
Pronouns are words that replace nouns in sentences in order to avoid repetition. Words like he, him, she, her, they, them. Which one of these best describes you?
I think God made us male and female, so I'm gonna roll with that.
That's sex, though. I don't really care about your sex. I just want to know what pronouns you go by.
And I don't care. I don't really care about pronouns. So
Knox, you have to answer the question, or else you don't get to talk to me.
Well,
pronouns are easy. It's just
wait a minute.
Are you wearing lipstick?
Knox. Does
wearing
Yahweh
lipstick?
No, but yeah, does Yahweh have a penis?
Well, let me ask you: is it the reason you don't want to believe is just because you want to continue?
Does Yahweh have a penis? Yes or no?
Does Yahweh have a penis?
Yeah, God the Father. Does he have a penis? Does he have sex?
I think he would answer that question to you like he did when those guys asked him about marriage, right?
No, not Jesus. Does God the Father have a penis?
God is spirit, brother. God the Father is spirit.
So is that a yes or a no?
That would be a no.
All right. Do you refer to God as...
So how is... Yeah, as he or him?
Yeah, do you refer to God as a he and a him? Like, do you say that about God, he does X, Y, and Z? Do you refer to God using those terms?
Yeah, because...
So you already
he is a he.
So you already recognize that a person can have gender and pronouns that has nothing to do with their sex.
If I cut my penis
we can move. I don't care about. Yes, because your sex and your gender has nothing to do with each other. So I'll ask you one more time. Exactly. What pronouns do you go by?
I don't go by woke.
Your God's gay.
I don't go by woke. Like, that is the strangest thing ever.
God damn.
Fox News has really conditioned them to crash out over the pronoun question.
Like, God, they are just so fucking dumb. It baffles me. It baffles my mind that they are so stupid.
It's just a Fox News thing because because years ago they were they're asking kids their pronouns in school. Everybody freak out.
Right? Jesus. I learned about pronouns in the 6th grade. I guess Knox didn't. Cafe, no one gives a shit what you have to say. All right. We have the anti-atheist. Hopefully you'll be smarter than every other guest I've had today. Hopefully. God, hopefully. Question number 1. Are you at least 18 years old?
Yeah, I'm 24.
Question number 2. What pronouns do you go by? See how easy that was, Knox? Question number 3. Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
All right. I'm Dalton the Bible guy. Why should I become a Christian?
You'd probably be a lot less gay if you were a Christian. You little faggot.
You shall know them by their fruits.
Wow.
By the way, Go find anti-atheist and report their whatever, guys. You know the drill. Go find
Their
them,
profile,
report
yeah.
them. Yeah.
Report their profile for slurs
Thank
and
you,
hate
Ladies of
speech.
Heaven, for adding the new keyword. Christian kids, by the way. Yeah, that was a Christian, by the way, guys. You shall know them by their fruits, and that had some nasty ass fruit.
Yeah.
So, Lori, hopefully you won't be a huge asshole like the last every other guest I've had so far. You'll be a good example. Question number one.
Moderate asshole. I'm kidding.
Question number one. Are you at least 18?
I am. I'm 65.
Question number two. What pronouns do you go by?
She, her.
Question number three. Are you a Christian?
Yes.
All right. I'm Dalton the Bible guy.
And I'm not an asshole. I promise.
I'm Dalton the Bible guy. I'm not a Christian. Why should I become a Christian?
I don't know why you should become a Christian. I have no evidence that I can't say, here, this proves it, become a Christian. I cannot do that for you. I'm sorry. I have had evidence over 50 years of following Jesus that has proved to me beyond a reasonable doubt, but I cannot offer you anything if you're looking for scientific proof. I'm sorry.
So just personal testimony. That's all you have.
It's personal experience. I'm not going to give you any testimony because why would you believe that?
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you that that's not how it works. I guess what I can add to the conversation, if there's anything, is that there's lots of ways of knowing things. And I think we miss a lot if we discount anything but scientific proof. I think we miss a lot in life. Because I can't prove beauty, I can't prove love, I can't prove an awful lot of things if I insist on there being physical proof. And so I would say, if you want to get some evidence, then I would say ask God, but even if you don't, pay attention to other ways of knowing. That's all I got. Am I an asshole?
I'm an ex-Christian.
Okay. Well, we can talk about that. Why were you a Christian?
Because I believed that Jesus was the Messiah and the Son of God.
Okay, so you had sort of a fact-based relationship with him, which is cool. It's cool.
No,
Everybody's
it was also emotional.
Okay. How did that emotion come in?
That's how most parasocial relationships worked. I believed that I had a relationship with Jesus, and engaged in worship, and would often feel emotions related to that.
Okay, me too. Did you ever have experiences that were just your own, that were just like things that God did for you, or things that it was clear to you that
things that I thought God did
he
for
was
me?
showing you? Okay, I'm asking that you thought. Okay, are you now convinced that he did not?
Yes.
Okay, tell me why that is.
Because I
recognize it's your interpretation.
Yeah, I realized that my subjective feelings can be misleading, and that I could be fooled into feeling things that aren't necessarily true. Just like a young man who might have a crush on a woman, and he feels like that crush is reciprocated, but it's not. Your feelings can lead you to believe all kinds of things that aren't necessarily true.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it even leads young Christian men to say to young Christian women, or not even young, say, I believe God told me I'm going to marry you. That is so stupid. But anyway, I understand. I think one of the biggest problems in any belief system or non-belief system is certainty. I think that that's what causes a lot of problems in the world. Certainty about abortion, You know, Jesus never said anything about abortion. Certainty about homophobia. Certainty about the creation of the world.
I think there are certain things we can be certain about, like homophobia is wrong.
We certainly can. We certainly can. But I think that it was looked at differently in those days, and also Jesus just flat didn't say anything about it. You know, so again, slavery. You know, back when the Bible was written, everybody had slaves, you know?
And it was
but
still wrong.
Jesus didn't try to stop it. I know, agreed. Jesus did not take a stand against slavery. But it would not have worked for him to, because they would look at him like he was crazy, because the whole world was doing it, right? Not even just rich people.
Well, that shouldn't matter to Jesus.
No, but he did not come. This is the other thing that I believe is that when we think that Jesus came to change society, he did not come to change society. He came to change people, individual people. And he said, come on into my kingdom, and there's 2 laws.
Okay,
love
so here,
the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. Yeah,
Lori, I just need to know why
listening.
I should become a Christian.
You mean what good would it do you?
No, not good. I don't care about like pragmatism. I care about whether or not something is true.
Oh, okay. I would say you would have to open yourself up to other ways of knowing. Can I ask you one more question? How old were you when you became a Christian?
5.
Okay. See, not me. I'm sure I started going to church then, but I became a Christian at 12. I've been a Christian for 50 years. But how old were you when you stopped being a Christian?
Early 20s. It wasn't. It was
long ago
gradual. Like a decade ago.
That had to be painful.
Not really.
I'm sorry about that. Oh, good. Okay, good. I'm glad. Anyway, and one more question. Why is it important to you to talk to Christians now about their beliefs?
Because if it turns out Christianity is true, I want to know about it. But if people aren't able to give me evidence for it, then it's like...
So my answer stands. I cannot give you physical proof. I can tell you that I have had enough evidence to convince me beyond a reasonable doubt. I can say that to you, I can say that I would like to see you reopen yourself to lots of different ways of knowing.
I am.
Okay, cool. Okay, that's all I got then. I think you're doing great. I think that you are being honest, and I have gone in and out of belief myself. You know, it was really hard. I'll tell you what, the 2 hardest things that were for me were, 1, when I decided I didn't believe in 6 days of creation. I just couldn't go on saying I believed in that. And I had to sort of face that and do some searching out and figuring out. And 2, this is a really stupid one now that I think about it, but at the time it was tough. When I voted for Barack Obama, I had friends saying, how can you be a liberal? How can you be a liberal? And I'd say, well, first of all, I'm not sure I am. I've never voted for any other Democrat in my life until now. But anyway, I think you're doing great. Go on being honest. Love it. Okay?
All right. Have a good day, Lori.
All right. Thanks. It was a good talking to you. Bye-bye.
Could y'all see the life? Could y'all see the life leave me?
A little bit. Yeah, she told me, I was trying to chime in. She told me to shut up.
As soon as someone tells me I don't have any good reason for you to be a Christian, I don't give a shit about anything that comes after that. I'm sorry. Maybe it's my autism seer or whatever, but like, god damn, I want to talk to people who have reasons for me to be a Christian. Like, I just don't. I died inside. That's why I'm like, what's? God damn! Come on. Oh, okay. I'm gonna try to. Oh, god damn it! All right, so hopefully my life can come back to me. All right, I got a super chat here.
At Herbicide with the £5. I wouldn't put up with all these people using other names for you. Delicacy. Is this caller wearing ladies' undies? Is that why he's so uncomfortable?
Yeah, Chad. Maybe he's wearing a thong and that's why he's super uncomfortable. Chad, you're allowed. You don't have to wear a thong, bud. You can wear whatever underwear you want to wear. Anyways, but Chad, thongs are cool though. God bless whoever invented the thong. You know?
You know what? You know what? Victoria's Secret underwear is actually really comfortable. So
there you go. And by God there I meant Peggy, y'all. Anyways. Jesus Christ. Demons are convincing you not to be a Christian. If you believed in just once, then you know it. Hey demons, are you there? Are the demons in the room with us? Fuck nice.
maybe we should do the if you're a demon and you know it, clap your hands.
If you're a demon and you know it, clap your hands. Holy shit, that was just me. Anyways. God. Okay. Man.
Did you ever do that like in Sunday school? The if you're a Christian and you know it, clap your hands.
No. By the time we got done doing the clap your hands song, I was old enough that they just gave me other reasons to believe in Jesus. I guess I was just told and I believed it, and then when I was older, I tried to justify that belief with bullshit apologetics.
We did that. Like I taught Sunday school for a long time. We did the if you're a Christian and you know it, clap your hands.
Oh,
that was my spin on that song.
I see you, Doodle. I'm going to ask you 3 preliminary questions, and then we can get to the conversation. Question number 1, are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
Question number 2, what pronouns do you go by?
She and her.
All right, and question number 3, are you a Christian?
No, a non-believer.
Oh, okay. I'm Dalton
W.
I'm Dalton the Bible Guy. What brings you up to the show?
I thought you looked a lot like Ian, the guy who used to do. Do you know who Ian is?
Yeah, I'm friends with him.
You're friends with him?
Allegedly, Ian?
Yeah, the guy that had the curly hair. They all said he looked like Harry Potter, and he did. Oh my gosh, he did a great job poking holes in Christianity. I loved him dearly, and so I just wanted.
Did something happen to him?
He's still around. He still does videos.
Yeah, what are you using past tense?
Oh my God. Well, I just wanted to say you kind of look a little bit like him. I hope you don't find that offensive because he is just the best young man I've ever seen. I mean,
and they actually go by they, them.
He goes by what?
They, them. They're yeah.
That's what he goes by?
Mm-hmm.
They're very handsome.
There's no he. It's just they, them.
Yeah. They're very handsome. And yeah, and you know, I'll take it as a compliment.
So you want people to convince you why you should become a Christian?
Yeah.
Is that like you want an opposing? Well, an opposing thing would be is I mean, right now I kind of think that what I see taking place is there's people who have something else they want to do, and so they want to gather all these people together for. I can see it for nefarious purposes. I mean, I can see it starting out innocently, but then they also have something in mind. It's like, well, look at all these people. They look like they need a gathering spot for some reason. You know, so maybe there's somebody who is coming from another place who has maybe a little bit more of an advanced civilization. And, you know, so now at first I would not have thought of it like this, but right now I do. I would not have thought of it in the brain's mind that I am right now. So I'm thinking of it in nefarious purposes, felonious purposes, that I'm someone from a large city or someone from another country, and there's all these people. I'm talking hypothetically. Is it okay to talk hypothetically?
No, I just want to know, like, who are we talking about? Because I mean,
you said. Well, you said, you want someone to convince you to become a Christian. So I'm this person who comes out of nowhere into this area of people this huge area of people, and I want something from them. And so, so there's some way I can slowly embrace these folks into doing something that I want them to do. So therefore I give them some things, and so maybe I come up with a name of something, so how do I get these people to like me? If I'm going to be if
I don't necessarily I don't necessarily want the Christians to like me. I just want them to give me reasons to. I just want them to try to convince me that their beliefs are true.
Well, yeah, but so if the Bible doesn't exist, where would we get
it does exist.
Where would we get the views from?
It does exist. It does? I have a Bible on my shelf.
Well, I'm thinking of a time where maybe the Bible didn't exist. Now, how would I get people to be Christians before the Bible existed?
You would give them arguments for your belief.
Would we argue, though, or would we do something that is kind of more subtle in the sense of, I'm a bad person. Think of me as a horrible person.
No, objectively.
Can you do that? Think of me as a horrible person.
Objectively speaking, before there was like a Bible, Christians were going around debating non-believers and trying to convince them through argumentation that their beliefs were real.
And they were a lot more superstitious back then too. So they already kind of were operating. They were talking to a lot. They weren't necessarily talking to atheists. They were talking to polytheists in many instances.
Would they be?
They already believed in a theistic structure of. They were already in a theistic structure of belief.
But they probably wouldn't have liked me if I'm a female, though. So I'd have to be a man, wouldn't I?
It depends.
Or I'd have to dress up like a man. Maybe I'd have to dress up like a man, even though I'm a woman, right?
It depends on the person, I guess.
Because a lot of them don't like. A lot of them are not fond of women leadership, and so the way that it's written, it's easier to embrace men than it is women.
Some early Christians were okay with female leadership. Paul was okay with female leadership.
Well, were they really okay with female leadership, or did they want females for some other reason to participate in a cooperation or cooperative of some sort to help extend their tribe?
There were women apostles in the early church.
Well, where do we get that documentation from?
From Paul.
Well, who's Paul?
He was like one of the earliest leaders in the Christian church.
So how come we didn't have a woman leader in the Christian church? We've yet to have a woman leader in the Christian church.
There was.
Who were the woman leaders? Besides Mary, who was the woman leader?
Let me take a look at her name. Paul names her. Who is? Her name was, let's take a look. Junia. There we go. Greet Andronicus and Junia, my kinsmen and fellow prisoners. And then later on, he even refers to Junia as an apostle. There were female apostles in the earliest version of the church. It wasn't until later that they were excluded.
Junia, because that sounds like Juneau, Alaska. I don't know if it has any relationship with the name deviations or not.
Anyways, so you're not I'm really only talking to Christians right now, but hey, I see you, Doodle. Thank you for coming out.
Yeah, I know you went. I like to go in the direction of before Christianity, of how we got to Christianity, where we landed our plane at Christianity, because there has to have been something before Christianity. Can we go in that direction and relate it to the planet Earth, maybe? At some point?
I'm good.
All right. Thank you for letting me chat with you. Keep doing what you're doing.
Have a good day.
Wow, that's like it'd be really complicated to get into. Like those are some really.
I had no idea what was happening half that conversation.
Yeah.
Anyways. Oh, Charlie 40 says, do as you please. What I please is to believe the truth. So if Christianity is true, I want to know. I feel like the people today are just trying to like make me have a I don't know. Okay, nerds are in 12. I'm gonna ask you 3 questions and then we'll get to the topic at hand, hopefully. Question number 1, are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
Question number 2, what pronouns do you go by?
They, them.
All right, question number 3, are you a Christian?
I grew up Mormon. I am not a Christian now. I'm sorry to like throw off the flow of your show, but I just wanted to know that you're doing really good work, and I really appreciate your knowledge, and you have made me. I'm in the middle of rereading as a 32-year-old person, rereading the Bible as someone who grew up Mormon and like was constantly reading the Bible, but I'm reading it in a new lens because of you, and I feel like you need to know that.
I really appreciate that. You're helping bring me back to some amount of sanity after everything that's happened in the past hour.
No, I agree. I feel that, and you can kick me whenever. I want you to know that your knowledge and your perspective is appreciated.
Well, thank you so much, Nerds Are In. I appreciate that. We're gonna move on, but hey, I really needed that. Thank you very much.
Go ahead and kick me. Have a good night.
The next guest we're gonna bring up is heroism, but first I need to go take a restroom break. So everyone, just do a little relaxation. I'll be right back.
How's everybody doing in the chat? That was sweet. They were very nice. You still want to scream? Why is he not a Christian? He's not a Christian because he reached a place of non-belief. Tends to happen when you explore the Bible.
Okay, let's fucking do this. Oh God! All right. Oh. Here, I'm just gonna do a quick scream real quick. All right, got that on my system. All right, heroism. All right. I'm gonna ask you 3 preliminary questions, and then we can get into the meat and potatoes of the conversation. Question number 1: are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
Question number 2: what pronouns do you go by?
Sorry, I don't do pronouns, but I guess I'm he, him, I think. I don't do pronouns, but he, him, I think. Straight, heterosexual male is sorry, I don't do much with pronouns, so I apologize.
I guarantee you that you do. But anyways, question number 3, are you a Christian?
Yes.
All right. I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. Heroism, why should I become a Christian?
So, if I can ask a quick question, what do you believe? Like, because I don't know how long you've studied Christianity. I've heard a few people say, because I've only been here a couple minutes, it says you've been studied. Can I ask real quick, what do you believe the message of Christianity is?
There is no such thing as the message of Christianity. There are messages of Christianities, as there isn't a singular Christianity. There are lots of different forms of Christianity.
All right. Well, the Bible does have one important message, and that's I just wanted to see. So the reason you should become a Christian.
Lots of messages. The Bible
yes,
isn't
I agree,
univocal.
but I agree there's multiple subpoints, but there's one main message. The thing is, people's got to realize.
Depends.
You agree that
I would push back. I would push back on that and say no. The Bible isn't univocal. Every author has their own agenda that they're trying to push, their own ideas, and some authors of the Bible have a certain message they're pushing. Others have a different message.
All right. Well, I was gonna say, and I'm happy to get into that because I believe each author tells one. There's 40 different authors and they tell one story about how there's a fallen.
We don't know the number of. We don't know the
well,
number of
not
authors.
exactly. There's at least 40 different authors. I was just giving a general number that is what around there. But
It
the
could be
main
well over
message.
100.
Well, it would be hard to have 100 authors. There could be. I haven't done as deep a dive, but when I've studied somewhat, you have like Moses, who is credited with the first 5. Paul wrote half of the New Testament. You know, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John.
Moses didn't write the Pentateuch, and we don't know who wrote the Pentateuch. We don't know who wrote the Psalms. We don't know who wrote the Gospels. And out of the 13 letters associated with Paul, only 7 of them were actually written by Paul.
So, and like I said, we can get into that, but like even when you look at history, like a lot of the books have clarified who the authors are. I agree there are some authors we don't know, like the book of Job, we don't know for sure.
The Gospel of Matthew never tells you once who the author is.
But if you look at the historical accounts, there was never once another name ever suggested at who the author could be. That's the thing.
Doesn't
Never
matter.
once. Well, no, I'm just saying. That's why you should understand that it is Matthew. Nobody else ever said an argument because, like Hebrews, for instance, there's different arguments over who wrote
We can say that at least by this end of the 2nd century, the title of Matthew was given to that particular gospel, but our oldest gospel manuscript doesn't even have a title on it. So, and the text itself never makes a claim to who it belongs to. It's a matter of just later tradition. And the reason for that tradition, probably to give some credibility to the gospel by attributing to it an apostolic source.
Okay. Well, the thing is, before we get sidetracked, the thing is, I'm just because a lot of times in discussions, you would agree in these discussions, usually it barrels off into 5 different subpoints going back and forth. I was just wanting to answer the question for you. That's what I was trying to do. If I can do that. Unless you wish to discuss something a different topic, because I'm not.
I just have to, every time you make a claim, if it's not accurate, I do have to butt in. That's just who I am.
Oh, okay. But when you read the Bible, like Genesis, you see the fall of man. Man in the garden had one command, and they ate the fruit, and death entered the world. And then, beginning in Genesis 3:15, you see the promise. Go ahead.
Technically, death was already there. It's only death to humans that came to the world. Death was already present in the world prior to Adam and Eve eating the fruit. I mean, it has to. Plants are biological organisms. They live, and if you eat from plants, they die.
Okay, I was gonna say okay, I guess I hadn't thought of that. I guess if they ate the plants, yeah, and plants are living. So, okay, I've never really thought of that. So I guess humans. Okay, it's like humans. So the message of the Bible is. Man, as Romans 3:23 tells us, all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And now you agree about this point. I don't think this is one that I don't think we'll have any discussion about. Every human will pass one day. We agree with that, right?
Yeah, every human has ever lived has died, including Jesus.
He died once, but now he lives forevermore. But
I don't believe that.
I was just saying, and that's where that's the thing. That's the thing. It's a faith-based. Yes, I can't prove anything. That's what faith is. But the Bible does tell us Enoch and Elijah would be 2 other people. But
yeah, Elijah never died.
The main message of
Yeah, Elijah never died according to the Bible.
Yeah, and so did Enoch. That's what I'm saying. There's a few people that the Bible does say didn't die. Those are the 3 people. Jesus did die for sins, and then he lives forevermore. But Enoch and Elijah did never taste death.
That is definitely the claim, although I do not believe Jesus'
okay.
death was actually a sacrifice. It was just an execution.
Wait, hold on. Well, when you read the Bible in its context, Jesus went to the cross willingly. Like when you read Titus 1:4, it was already promised before the
Yes, that is the claim of the Bible. But in reality, Jesus' death was just an execution.
Yes, the humans thought that, but when you read like Acts, Peter tells it plainly. It was preordained, foreordained by the Father.
I don't believe it. I think Acts is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John and Acts are fiction.
Oh, that's different. Your people usually would you say you were an atheist? If I can get it, just clarify your side.
Yes,
yeah, we're both atheists.
Okay.
Yes, but even if I believed in a God, I would still hold all these positions.
Okay, well, usually, because now you agree Paul was real, like you affirm Paul's writings at least, right? Because that's usually when atheists, they affirm Paul's writings and usually attribute him as the one that started Christianity. Do you guys share that belief?
I affirm the existence of Paul, and I affirm that he wrote 7 of the 13 letters attributed to him.
All right, now how do you believe Christianity started? If you don't, I hope you don't mind me going back and forth with you, because I like to discuss just because I like. Yeah, go ahead.
Simon Peter had a bereavement hallucination that resulted in him believing that his dead teacher had been resurrected from the dead.
Okay, appreciate that, because like I said, most atheists I talk to usually eventually tell me Paul. Okay, like I said, I always like to learn to help continue my discussions. But the reason you should be a Christian, to try to say it in one sentence real quick, is we all will die one day. You either, according to the Bible, and I'm just try to tell you what the main point is, you either die in your sins and go to hell for eternity, or you will die believing on the Lord Jesus Christ and go to heaven. Because like you agreed, all humans die.
Not if the Old Testament is true. If the Old Testament is true, all I have to do is repent of sin and turn to Yahweh, and I will be forgiven of sin. No need for a sacrifice from Jesus.
And to be clear about Paul too, like we would agree that some of his writings are forged, like Ephesians, Colossians, 2nd Thessalonians, 1st and 2nd Timothy, and Titus. Like those are forgeries.
Oh, I've talked to a few atheists, and I'll be honest, you guys are different than most of the atheists usually. So what reason do you believe the letters were forgeries, if I may ask?
Yeah, when we look at the style... Yeah, like let's say, for example... Yeah, let's say, for example, you had a group of letters that you knew for a fact were from your mother, and you looked at the style of writing, and then you looked at these other letters that are claiming to be written by your mother, but they're written in a completely different, different vocabulary, different style of speech. This is why the majority of scholars would say that these other epistles are non-Pauline epistles. The individual uses vocabulary and word, grammar, syntax that are not native to Paul, and also there are certain moments of his letters that obviously written after the destruction of the second temple, which Paul died before then.
So, if I can ask a clarifying question on that, would you agree that people can write in different styles? Would you agree authors usually have multiple styles of writings?
Not to this extent, no.
Yeah, no, the Greek in Timothy is like 2nd century. Like that's like 1st and 2nd Timothy. Like we can know from textual criticism that it's like that's why scholars are making that claim.
Yeah, it's a completely different style of Greek. Every generation of has their own style of Greek, which is why for example, we can look at the writings of 2nd and 1st Maccabees and say, oh, that's Hasmonean Greek, for example. Or we can look at Daniel and say, oh, that's Hasmonean Hebrew, as opposed to like Qumran Hebrew. We can look at the type of Greek or Hebrew used to determine where and when certain works were made. But yeah, Paul existed, and he wrote at least 7 of the books attributed to him. So why should I become a Christian?
Because in this life, you will, like I said, you either die and go to be with the Lord Jesus Christ in heaven, or you will die in your sins and go to hell. Even Daniel, the Old Testament spoke.
Not if Judaism is true, then Jesus is irrelevant. I can go to heaven without Jesus.
Well, and that's the issue. Even Daniel, he spoke of everlasting contempt and everlasting life. He even spoke of 2 different resting places for people. So that's is Old Testament confirming.
That's fine, but nothing about believing in Jesus. In Judaism, A righteous Gentile can have a place in the world to come. No belief in Jesus needed.
Well, so I'll ask you this then, and you'll see why believing in Jesus is very important. Who do you believe Jesus is, according to the Bible? If I can ask you that.
According to the Bible, or according
according
to reality?
To the Bible, who do you believe the Bible presents Jesus as?
According to the Hebrew Bible doesn't have an opinion on Jesus, but the New Testament makes a claim that he's the Christ and the Son of God. I can't believe that, though, because he didn't fulfill any prophecies.
Well, Zechariah 9 literally tells us the king would ride into Jerusalem on a donkey. That's
Jesus
one prophecy.
Well, let's read Zechariah 9.
Which account? Yeah, and which account are you gonna use? Because both of those accounts that report that are contradictory.
Yeah. Oh, he's talking about Zechariah 9 specifically.
I know there's a few accounts of it. Matthew, I believe, is the one that says the mother, the donkey, and the colt is the one that's
double donkey Jesus. Yeah.
Okay. First and foremost, you've read Zechariah 9. Did you at all read Zechariah chapter 9 verses 1 through 8?
I was gonna say, let's see, Zechariah 9 1 through 9. Let's see, the bone of the word in the land of Hadad.
Yeah, did any of the things that happen in the first 8 verses happen in the first century in the time of Jesus?
So, see, certain prophecies, that's the thing you got to understand when you're reading prophecies. You had some prophecies that were for the day of, and then for some that were later of Jesus' day. That's why you'll see 9 is a whole different subject in the first verse.
It's not. It's not a whole different subject. When the book of Zechariah was originally written, there is no such thing as verse 9 or verse 8. There are no verses. When Zechariah wrote this book,
I agree 100%.
It's one continuous prophecy, and the events of the first 8 verses precede the 9th verse. Also, Jesus, as far as I can tell, wasn't a king. So he doesn't fulfill Zechariah 9. All he did was ride to Jerusalem on a donkey.
Well, this is the thing I was clarifying you. Jesus very clearly claimed to be the God of the Old Testament, the King of the Jews.
No, he didn't. Jesus never claimed to be the God of the Old Testament.
All right, let me ask you this: what is let's not
pivot to that though. Let's stay on the topic of Jesus did not fulfill Zechariah 9:9.
Well, okay, let's compare this with Matthew.
To be clear, these are eyewitness. Do you think these are eyewitness testimonies that you're reading, like from the Gospels?
Yes, Matthew.
Yeah, we don't believe that these are eyewitness. These are not eyewitness testimonies.
And see, and that's the part where I'm just trying to go by what the Bible says, because you're asking me why you should be a Christian.
Heroism. Where does the Gospel of Matthew ever claim to be an eyewitness account?
So say because Jesus literally called. If we see.
Heroism.
You guys don't believe Matthew. You believe Matthew wrote Matthew is what I'll ask.
Why? No. Why would
I think she's confused. She's confused about why she's assuming we're accepting the Gospels as a historical Jesus, and that's not the case.
So here's the reason I feel like that's where we're witness account. If, like I said, Matthew was attributed to Matthew, and Matthew was one of the disciples, little apostle of Christ.
Heroism. I don't care about the ifs. Tell me where in the Gospel of Matthew does it ever claim to be written by an eyewitness?
That's the thing is, okay, there are certain things you should be able to amass without having to have a direct word. For example, the Bible never once.
Where does it ever make it even sound like it's written by an eyewitness?
Because the intimate of the details, there are certain things said that you would have to literally see.
You can make intimate details by making stories. Yeah, exactly. If you make up a story, you can have intimate details. The author of Matthew, we know that the author of Matthew is more than willing to just make up shit about Jesus because, like, for example, Mark has Jesus riding into Jerusalem on a donkey. Matthew misreading Zechariah 9:9, where it says he is humble riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He doesn't realize that this is what's called synonymous parallelism in Hebrew poetry, and therefore he thinks that the Messiah is supposed to ride into Jerusalem on 2 donkeys. So that's what he has Jesus do. He changes the story to have Jesus ride on 2 donkeys. The author of Matthew is more than willing to just make things up about Jesus. But again, He wasn't a king.
Zechariah 9:9 actually goes better with Matthew's account because it mentions 2 animals in Zechariah 9:9. So it would be Mark.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't mention 2 animals in Zechariah 9. It always mentions 1. Again, you're making the same mistake.
Let me read it for you.
You're making the same mistake that the author of Matthew made. Hey, Harrison, did you hear what I said earlier? The reason why you and the author of Matthew are making this mistake is because you don't understand what's called synonymous parallelism. Do you know what that is?
Synonymous parallelism. I have not seen that word in a hot minute.
That is.
So go ahead and explain it.
In Hebrew poetry, synonymous parallelism is when you say the same thing twice using synonyms in different words. So, for example, Paul says he was born under a woman, born under the law. That's saying the same thing twice using synonyms.
Born under a woman, that's 2 different things.
No, it's not. The woman is the law.
That's 2 different things. Being born under the law literally means being born under the law of God, and being born to a woman means being born of a woman.
No, the woman in that case is not a literal woman. That's a whole other problem in and of itself. Lamech says...
I can show you, because Paul literally talked about the... Go ahead,
Heroism. Jesus fucking Christ. You need to focus up, bud. I have ADHD. You have no excuse. Focus up. Okay. Synonymous parallelism. When the author of Zechariah says he's humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt the foal of a donkey, that's the same exact thing. There's not 2 animals. There's only 1 animal here. The author is repeating the same thing twice using different language in order to bring emphasis. That's how Hebrew poetry works.
What's this? Yes, and there's many things. Like I said, you're saying it's like that, but when you read it in context and everything, that would not make sense because basically
it does make sense.
It
does make sense if you're Jewish.
The thing is, yes, and you know what the Jews did? They denied who Jesus was. That's the thing.
No heroism. They didn't deny who Jesus was because, first and foremost, we don't believe the Gospels are factual. Secondly, Jesus wasn't the Messiah, therefore you can't deny him for not being the Messiah. He didn't fulfill any prophecies.
Again, he fulfilled it.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't a king.
Moses in Deuteronomy spoke of a prophet. Jesus references that. He literally says Isaiah. He literally fulfills scripture.
Heroism. You're not going to gish gallop. We're going to go one prophecy at a time. One at a time. You're not going to gish gallop. Pick a prophecy to talk about. One.
Okay. Let's see. All right. I'm gonna go to the next one that I just recently read about. It's early in Matthew. Let me find it. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Okay, let me see. Maybe it was later. Sorry, I was gonna say. Basically, he talked about. Well, I'm trying to find it. It's in Matthew. He talked about coming to heal the eyes of the blind. He literally says, "You've seen prophecy fulfilled." Is one of the things he says. It's in Isaiah, and he quotes it. He changed it up ever so slightly to show that he's
Isaiah 61, and Isaiah 61 doesn't have anything to do with the Messiah. So, do you know how first person pronoun? I know you don't like pronouns, but do you know how first person pronouns work?
Not exactly. As I said, I don't like first person. Does that mean you're describing yourself in the first person?
Yeah, examples of first person pronouns would be words like me, my, I. If I write to you a work and I use those words, who am I describing?
Yourself.
All right. So when I read Isaiah 61 and the prophet says, the Spirit of the Lord God is upon me because the Lord has anointed me, who should I think the prophet is talking about?
I'll say it. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Is it Luke? Sorry, I'm trying to find the exact word.
It's Luke. You're thinking of Luke chapter 4 when Jesus goes into the synagogue.
No, Matthew 13. I think I found it.
Are you talking about a different passage then?
Yeah, I was going to say Matthew 13, I believe. If I can find it. Man, why can I not find it for it now? Maybe it was Luke 4. But what was you saying? Now, go ahead.
Let me take a look at the actual verse you're looking at. Matthew chapter 13, verses 14 through 15. You will indeed hear, but not understand. You will indeed see, but never perceive. For this people's heart is grown dull, and their eyes they can barely hear, and their eyes they have closed. Is this what you're referencing?
No, it's like, why can I not find it? I just talked about this the other day. I'm struggling at the moment.
Are you
Because the
referring
thing
to
is,
are you referring to when Jesus in Luke chapter 4 goes into the synagogue, opens up the scroll of the prophet Isaiah and says,
Yeah, maybe, okay,
"This has
well,
been fulfilled.
yes.
This has been fulfilled in your hearing today."
Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, yeah, that one. I swear it was
All right.
in Matthew
So
as well. But,
the verse on the screen that I have pulled up is Isaiah
Mm-hmm.
61. That's what Jesus is quoting. So when the prophet,
no, Isaiah. Oh, okay, I was gonna say also it's Isaiah 49. Also is what you could use, but
well, no, what Jesus is quoting in Luke 4 is Isaiah 61. Now, when the author of Isaiah 61 says, "The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me," what does "me" mean?
The Spirit upon me is literally talking about the Spirit of the Lord being upon me. Yes.
So it's not about Jesus. It's about the author. It's about the
Well,
prophet who's writing this.
That's the thing you have to understand about prophecies.
Dual
that
fulfillment.
is a future prophecy that Jesus is going to fulfill.
It's not because it doesn't say it doesn't say the Spirit of the Lord God is upon him, or it doesn't say the Spirit of the Lord God shall be upon him, which would make it which would make it future tense and about a third person. But in this case, it says the Spirit of the Lord God is present tense upon me. In other words, what the author is saying is that God's Spirit is upon the prophet who's writing the work.
Then go to Luke 4 with me and read verse 21.
I know what Luke 4 says. Jesus makes the claim, or rather the author of the book of Luke is making the claim that Jesus said that this is about him. But if Jesus really said that, then Jesus is wrong. And Jesus doesn't know how to read. He does, because surely Jesus, and here's the problem. You keep starting with the assumption that the Bible is true, and therefore you're going to go, well, Luke says it's about Jesus. Well, guess what? Luke is wrong, because when we look at Isaiah chapter 61 and we look at the context and the language that's being used in Isaiah 61, it's very clearly not about Jesus.
Friend, okay, so I'll ask you this then to prove where we're coming from different angles. How do you believe Christians believe the Word of God was inspired?
Depends on the Christian. Not all Christians believe that.
No, the Bible tells us plainly in Peter that men were moved by the Holy Spirit.
That is a Christian position. That is a Christian position. You know that not all Christian. You know that not all Christians believe the same. Okay, how aware are you of Christianity, heroism?
Christianity. Well, like which parts? Like
exactly.
That's the point. No, what I mean is, are you going by historically? Like, what do you mean? Because true Christianity,
there is no such thing as true Christianity. If you want to talk about what's true Christianity, whatever the first version of Christianity was, that doesn't exist anymore. And historically, there have been lots of denominations of Christianity. Even in the first century, there were multiple fringes of Christianity that disagreed with each other.
Okay, so let me ask then. The verse that you think, do you know the verse I'm referencing, right? In Peter?
Luke 4. Yes, I know what Peter says, that God sent the Holy Spirit that moved men. That's just that's just the author of Peter's opinion. Why should I believe him?
Because the thing is, Christianity, we hold that the Bible is a true infallible word of God.
No.
That's the difference we're having here.
No.
You're trying to
fundamentalist Christians believe that there are other Christians out there. For example, I have a book in my library called How the Bible Works by Peter Enns. He is a Christian. He does not believe that the Bible is infallible and divinely inspired.
So the issue with that is, in order for that to be true, you'd have to say God made a mistake, and we believe in an infallible God that is...
Humans made a mistake. Humans wrote the Bible, not God.
So...
Wait, I just... Here's the problem, is that there's so many things that are just scientifically inaccurate about the Bible, and I'm curious, do you somehow believe that God made humans from clay, and that the earth is only 6,000 years old? Because
I could James Usher in the 1650s was able to use the Bible to paint a very clear picture of
heroism. Shut up. Okay. Scientific Snitch was not done talking.
I could provide objective evidence, such as uranium to lead decay, that is very accurate to demonstrate that the Earth is not 6,000 years old. I could provide objective evidence demonstrating natural selection, evolution, various epigenetic markers, as well as retroviruses demonstrating how organisms came to be. I have a slew, basically like a book-long amount of evidence in my like little sources Google Doc for all the evidence I have on abiogenesis. I also have plenty of evidence to suggest, based off of, like, for example, world columns, that there was not a global flood, that rabbits are not ruminant animals, that rock hyraxes are not ruminant animals. The Bible gets so many objective facts wrong that it is quite literally like you have to concede either that it's wrong or that you're just ignorant.
Now you can respond, heroism. You can unmute yourself and respond. They don't know they're muted. The little microphone button at the bottom of your screen with the slash going through it.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Sorry, yeah. So the thing with science, here's one of the clearest indications issue with science is that I can ask enough questions and you are gonna run out of answers.
That
you
has
cannot
nothing
tell
to
me
do
definitively
with
where time and everything began.
That has absolutely nothing to do with what I just said.
And that's not a problem with science.
Just because you don't know one thing doesn't mean we don't know how old the earth is. Doesn't mean we don't know how evolution occurred. Doesn't mean we don't know how life came to be. We know a lot right now based off of modern medicine, modern science. And the reason why this is so important and incredible is that we, for example, reduced cancer mortality rates by over 30%. So, like, when we're talking about these things, there are objective truths and facts and observations that we can make. And even though science can't 100% definitively prove reasons why, we can objectively demonstrate that something occurs because we can make observations and we can make repeatable, reliable observations. And you would have to provide me evidence, which you cannot provide, demonstrating that what I'm talking about, for example, uranium to lead decay in zircon crystals, is wrong, and that the earth is not over 6,000 years old, that we don't have mitochondria in every single cell in our body with alpha proteobacteria DNA instead of human DNA. There are so many different things that I could point to that go to show why the Bible is just objectively wrong about these things in science, and you have nothing to show for it.
I will be honest.
It seems like your complaint, heroism, is that it doesn't have all the answers. Well, guess what? Just having an answer doesn't mean anything, because let's say I'm in a room full of people and the question that's being posed is, what is 2 + 2? And let's say that no one in the room has the answer, and I walk up and say it's 5 with all the confidence. I have an answer. Just because I have an answer doesn't mean the answer is correct. I would rather have I don't know than false answers. So science not having all the answers is fine. In fact, that's the strength of science, is that science is humble. Scientists will say, I don't know, when they don't know, unlike religious people, and they will just make stuff up when they don't have answers.
Yep.
Do you get your facts from Answers in Genesis?
I would say a lot of my facts, yes. But I was going to say, I will be honest. A few things you have brought up, I have never discussed with somebody. So I have never had a chance to study the topics. Like the uranium thing, you're the first that I've discussed with that has brought that up. So me trying to give a point against it, I've not studied enough. But one thing I've learned when I was watching people talk about it.
Then why are you so confident about it? If you don't even know like current modern day science, then why are you so why are you just disagreeing with something you don't even know?
Because this goes back to the whole reason I came on here. I didn't come on here because I'm willing to discuss anything, but I came on here to simply tell you why you should be a Christian. And every time I make a point, you guys turn it into wanting to debate me. Here's
the thing. The difference between the two of us, heroism, is that you deny science, you don't know anything about science. I deny the Bible because I know the Bible better than most Christians do. I actually know the things I'm talking about, and I will never make up an answer for something I don't know about, and I will never make a claim about the Bible if I don't have a reason to believe that thing that's based on evidence and reason. But you will just deny the science.
You have made claims, though.
I have. I've made claims
for
that
example,
I've backed up.
let me ask you this in the Bible.
I've made claims that I've backed up.
Here's the thing. You're claiming. I'll give you a clear example of a reason you've made a claim about saying you don't fully understand. You're saying Jesus never claimed to be God. In the writings, Jesus very clearly came to be God.
Science.
That is a claim that I made that I have good reason to believe, because I do know what the fuck I'm talking about. I know that there are Bible verses that you will try to point to prove to make the point that Jesus is God, and I will show you through the evidence that you're not understanding the Bible.
Are you okay? For example, who forgives sins according to the Bible?
Anyone that God gives the authority to forgive sins according to the Bible.
Has he ever when you've done your studying, did he ever give anyone else the authority to forgive sins?
Yes, the apostles. John chapter 20, Jesus breathes on the disciples. He says, receive the Holy Spirit. As the Father has forgiven you, as the Father has sent me, so I am sending you. He's breathed on them, saying, receive the Holy Spirit. Whoever sins you forgive will be forgiven them. Whoever sins you remit will not. Whoever sins you do not remit will not be remitted them. Yes, God can give other people the authority to forgive sins, unless you're going to say God doesn't have the ability to do that.
The thing is, when you read in context, Jesus was not giving the apostles the ability to forgive sins.
He literally says, whoever sins you forgive will be forgiven them.
That's talking about personal forgiveness.
No, it's not. As the Father has sent me, so I'm sending you. How did God send Jesus?
Jesus was sent to die for us on the cross.
That's not the only thing Jesus did. Did Jesus forgive sins?
Yes, he healed the sick. He called the lame to walk, the deaf to hear.
Did God send Jesus to forgive sin?
Jesus did forgive sins in his earthly ministry, yes, because he's God.
Okay, so when Jesus says, as the Father has sent me, so I am sending you, he breathes on them to give them the power to give them the Holy Spirit. Whoever sins you forgive will be forgiven them. Whoever sins you do not forgive will not be forgiven them. This is not about personal reconciliation.
No, because I'm going to ask you another question.
It's about a ministry that allows, because by the way, people being able to forgive other people's sins for personal wrongdoing, the apostles had the ability to do that prior to John 20. In fact, in the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus says, unless you forgive others their sins, your Heavenly Father will not forgive you of your sins. He already had expected them because they already had the ability. I have the ability to forgive other people when they wrong me. So did the apostles. The only reason that Jesus gives them the Holy Spirit is so that he gives them the ability and the authority to forgive sins in the same way that he was given that authority and ability by the Father.
Now, when you read Acts, here's the thing I point to people. The gifts that Jesus gave the church to do, like raise the dead, cast out demons, even get bitten by a poisonous thing and nothing happened to them. They used every gift.
That's
Where's
actually
the evidence of this?
that's actually not in the Gospel of Mark. That was added in later, bud.
That's
which
like centuries later, centuries upon centuries later.
Mark 16, 1-9, is that right? You only
1 through
believe
8.
the short version, right?
Yeah, because of the evidence.
Okay, well, I was just giving a point. Like, I can get into the Mark 16 later if you'd like, but the point I'm making is every gift Jesus gave the apostles, they did. Even if you want to leave out, because the poison gift Paul used.
Yeah, that's another thing. But Jesus explicitly says that he gives them the authority to forgive sins. Jesus, They did though.
They didn't though. That's
they
why
did though. Why do you think that this?
Show me an Acts.
Heroism. Why do you think that this practice is practiced in the oldest forms of Christianity, being Catholicism and Orthodox Christianity? Why do you think that they practice this? It's because that's what original Christians did.
Because they're a false church.
You can make
a false church. I can go into many details why the Catholic Church is false.
I can go into many details why your church is false too. You're not special. You are phenomenally underprepared.
What is your denomination, by the way?
At every single turn in this,
I'm a Grace Baptist.
Okay, yeah. At every single turn
in
this conversation, he's a Baptist.
Mm-hmm.
At every single
Baptist.
Okay, gotcha. History, they've had different names throughout history.
Yeah, that's the claim. That's the claim. You're not going to be provided evidence. Anyways, now you are fundamentally underprepared for this conversation. You are.
You keep trying to.
You barely even know the Bible. You barely even know the Bible. Kid.
I do know the Bible. I can show you where Jesus did everything God did.
That's because God gives it. That's because here. I'm asking you a logical question here. This is my phone. I own my phone. You're going to see how this relates to the conversation at hand. Are you able to give me my phone?
Like currently?
Yeah, are you able to give me my phone that I already own?
I would not be able to give you that, no.
And why are you not able to give it to me?
Because I'm a human that has no supernatural abilities?
No, because I was given this phone by somebody else that was human who wasn't supernatural. If you were in the room with me, could you give me possession of my own phone that I already possess?
Now, if you handed it to me or I held it, I can give it back to you, but I don't know.
No, when I say give it to me, I mean, can you grant me authority to possess my phone that I already own?
No, I don't think I could because you own it. It's yours. Like
exactly. If you already own something, you cannot be given something. Now, Jesus in Matthew 28 says that all authority has been given to me. What does that mean?
That he emptied himself, as Philippians tells us. He had to go to the cross. He emptied himself.
Did it say
so he
in
was
Philippians?
Given back
Did it say in Philippians that he had the same authority that God already had?
Once he emptied himself, he became a humble servant and
where does it say,
himself to the Father.
Yes, but where in Philippians does it say that he had authority prior to his emptying?
Well, let me ask you this simply. What do you take the word emptied to mean? That's what I am saying.
Yeah, Philippians chapter 2 is only about Jesus becoming mortal. He had a glorious angelic form prior to his incarnation.
And
that
does
he
it not
emptied
say
himself
he
of that.
was equal with God?
No.
Him being in the form of... Wait, okay, let's go to Philippians 2:13.
Yeah,
Philippians
being in the form of God. What is the Greek word for form there, kid?
I haven't looked that deeply into it.
It's morphe. Do you know what morphe means?
Not exactly.
It refers to the physical appearance of a thing.
A physical, yeah. Jesus became flesh, and if we go to John 1 and cross-reference it,
stop jumping all over the place. Stop. Jesus had an appearance that was divine, and then he emptied himself and became immortal. But it doesn't make the claim that he and Yahweh were ontologically identical with each other. This is a post-biblical philosophical innovation that you are pushing back into the Bible.
Okay. So since you're wanting to take the word literally, that's how you want to do this argument.
Plainly,
Hebrews
not literally.
1 literally has God telling the Son, "Thy throne, O God, is established forever."
And do you know and do you know what it's quoting?
What do you mean? What's it quoting? What? Which part of the Bible? What do you mean?
Yes, the book of Hebrews is quoting something there.
I know at one point you can cross-reference that with Psalms 110.
Not Psalms 110, no. It's not Psalms 110.
That's when you get to verse 13. Verse 40, Psalms 45, right?
There you go. Psalms 45. And you know who that was written to? Psalm 45 was...
Let's see.
A psalm for David.
It's about
I'll show you another example of why many of the psalms were future prophetic.
Dude, no, you are so all over the place. It's starting to get annoying. Okay, the psalms are poetry. They're not prophetic.
They are, because Jesus uses one in his ministry to prove that.
And what am I going to say about that? Use your brain,
friend. The thing is, friend, I think it's like I said. I came on here to tell you why.
Shut up. I know that the Gospels make Jesus claim that the Psalms are prophecy. That is the claim. That is the claim. I do not believe the claim, especially when Jesus quotes Psalms that explicitly say that they are about King David. I know what the New Testament claims. I think what's become evident in this entirety of conversation, and I'm sure the audience can back me up on this, is that I know more about the Bible than you do. Not once in this entire conversation have you ever caught me up on a surprise every time you brought something up, I already knew about it and then had a counter for it. And then I also brought up things you didn't know about. Now, Psalm 45 is a psalm about the kings of Israel. It's a wedding song. And it's about the kings of Israel. Kings can be called Elohim. Even Samuel, the prophet, was called Elohim at one point in the Hebrew Bible. And you and whoever said that is correct. I've never seen a guest take so many L's in one go.
Friend, what do you mean Samuel was called Elohim? Because the only time non-God would be called Elohim, because Elohim was used to describe God, and it was used to describe the false gods.
It was used
like
to describe,
Moses was made to be.
Yeah, what
Moses
is the witch
was
of
made to
what
be
does
a god to
what does
Pharaoh.
what does the witch of Endor say about Samuel?
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's see, which
I've just been deleting my emails the whole time.
Yeah, for real.
Let's see, the Witch of Endor. Yeah, she sees spirits, right? Isn't that what she said? She seen spirit when she called Samuel. But the thing is, everybody knows who Samuel is.
Elohim. He uses the word Elohim.
Yeah, and and again, Elohim is used to describe false gods.
That's
presupposing.
That's presupposing they are false gods.
And that's the thing. They are false gods. The Bible presents it very clearly. There is only one God. I know,
though. Of course, no. The Bible doesn't say there's one God.
God literally tells us in Isaiah there are no other gods. He knows not of any.
He literally
presents
says
many challenges.
He literally says to the other gods, "You are gods, not you are false gods." He says, "You are gods."
So I want to ask you a quick question. In your studies, show me one time where the other false gods ever answered a challenge of God.
Oh, actually, I have
an
example.
In Exodus.
I was about to say there's an example.
If you're going to go with the Moabite, are you going with the Moabite one?
There is an example of a false. Yes, we have a false god who actually overpowers Yahweh.
No, read it. The whole passage.
I've read the whole passage.
The son was sacrificed, and Israel had defeated them. There was no reason for Israel to sacrifice any more troops for that battle.
Israel wasn't you. Okay, Okay, you don't know anything about the Bible. Heroism.
I do. I've read that. I've debated this very topic.
I think they know about indoctrination. They've been indoctrinated by Baptists. I mean, we're just getting Baptist
heroism
theology here.
Who made the sacrifice on the wall?
The Moabites did.
Okay, so the Moabites made a sacrifice.
Great indignation.
The Moabites made a sacrifice, and wrath came down upon who?
Does it say from the God?
Who does the wrath come upon? Who does the wrath come upon?
Let me see. Which passage is it? Go ahead and give me the verse, and I will. I know it's like.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Yeah.
Let's see. It is 2 Kings.
Okay, 2 Kings. Okay, I knew it was in Kings. I just forgot which part.
Chapter 3.
Chapter 3. Yep.
All right, we're gonna read it very closely, and we're gonna see who does the wrath come on. We're gonna see who offers the sacrifice, and who does the wrath come on. Okay. When all the Moabites heard that the kings had come up to fight against them, all who were able to put on armor from the youngest to the oldest were called out and were drawn up at the frontier. When they rose early in the morning and the sun shone upon the water, the Moabites saw the water up to the red of the blood. Where is the part about the king offering the sacrifice? When the king of Moab saw that the battle was going against him, verse 26, he took with him 700 swordsmen to break through opposite of the king of Edom, but they could not. And he took his firstborn son, who was to succeed him, and offered him as a burnt offering on the wall. And great wrath came upon Israel, so they withdrew from him and returned to their own land. So, question number 1, who offers the sacrifice?
The king does. Yeah.
The king.
I agree.
Who does the wrath come upon? And as a result of the sacrifice, what group does the wrath come upon?
As I say, it goes against Israel. But the thing is, one is, in the Old Testament days, especially back then, you would agree that the sun was very important to the line, right?
So
you agree in the old days.
Where's the wrath coming from?
It's coming from the people. They were a berserker and fueled with rage, and they fought. There's nothing about the God being invoked with that battle.
The text explicitly says that the king offers up a sacrifice, and as a result, wrath came upon Israel.
And they just killed the king's son. The people are angry. We see this throughout history when an important person died.
Jesus fuck. I'm done with you. I am so over you. You, way too confident for having almost no knowledge in the Bible. You're too indoctrinated. I can't anymore. You're not worth it.
Yeah,
I agree.
This is all like indoctrination stuff. I think the better conversation we had is just like, I don't know. I would love to get into like textual criticism with them and just kind of expose.
Yeah, I am so over it.
Because I mean, they're an inerrantist, and they're coming from this like, I mean, you guys are you're on two separate pages of like. I think they don't understand like where you're coming from, and you obviously understand where they're coming from. But
by the way, the king of Moab explicitly makes the claim that it was Chemosh who answered his prayer and drove back Israel. I don't think you'd be able to prove it was not the other way around. That was wild.
I would just accept. I would just accept, or I would just suggest to them to like maybe look into biblical scholarship and not,
They were they were jumping all over the place. I'm not going to let the next. I am not going to let the next guest jump all over the place like that. We are going to stay on one topic at a time for a long time.
Yeah. When I asked them where they like got their apologetics from, and they affirmed answers in Genesis, like that should have told you all you needed to know.
Yeah, it's funny. All right, we're gonna bring up David. David, and after David, we'll read the super chats. David, I'm gonna ask you 3 preliminary questions, and then we're going to get into the conversation at hand. Question number 1: are you at least 18 years old?
Yes, 19.
Question number 2: what pronouns do you go by?
He/him.
Question number 3: are you a Christian?
Yes.
All right, I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. I'm not a Christian. Why should I become a Christian?
Are you invoking a natural theology framework on me? Do you, basically like natural theology is like, just using reason or like, evidence to like,
I know what natural theology is. I used to read Thomas Aquinas back in the day. Use whatever you think would raise the likelihood that Christianity is true. Just know that I'm not all that interested in the topic of does God exist, because even if I believed in God, I still wouldn't be a Christian.
So you want me to use reason or like, evidence to like, raise the probability of like, God being true?
Yeah. No, not of God being true, of Christianity being true. Because even if I believed that God was real, I still wouldn't be a Christian.
So you are invoking a natural theology framework. Give the argument for it.
I don't think you understand what's going on here.
Are you stun locked, Loads here? Are you stun locked?
Okay, I see.
Are you stun locked?
Okay, I have.
Give an argument. Stop running.
Shut up. I have here what's called the Phil Bro rule book. You as the Phil Bro, you must adhere to the Phil Bro rule book if you want to have a conversation with me, the Bible guy. The rules are as follows. 1, you must talk at a measured pace. None of that fast talking bullshit. We know why you do it. It's not going to work here. Number 2, if you use technical jargon, that jargon must be explained. It's best if you just talk to me like a regular person, because every time you have to explain your technical jargon, it's wasting time. 3, explain to me like I'm your grandmother. I am not the philosophy guy. I am the Bible guy. We talk about the Bible here. Number 4, your goal, and this is important because I already get the feeling from you. Your goal in this debate must be to persuade me, not to win a debate. If you're just here to win a debate and not to persuade me of the truth, then you can fuck off. Number 5, you have 5 minutes and only 5 minutes to make your argument. So I'm going to start the timer now. Give me a good reason why I should believe in Christianity.
I hope you realize you are burden shifting. You are invoking this framework on me. Give the argument for the framework being true.
You're wasting time.
You're dodging because you're a pseudo-intellectual. You're a pseudo-intellectual. Give the argument. You're dodging, and you know it.
You're wasting time.
You have no knowledge, on anything.
4 minutes, 36 seconds left, bud.
And you claim to be a textual critic. Could you even give an epistemic justification for your interpretation of the Bible being true?
Whoa, where did I make the claim that I was a textual critic? Crashing out hard, bud. 4 minutes, 20 seconds.
Yo, just give the argument for the framework.
I'm not making an argument. I'm asking a question. Why should I become a Christian?
You conceded that you are invoking this framework.
Nope. I've only asked you, why should I become a Christian?
No wait. When I said, do you want me to use reason and evidence?
A Christian? I just want you to give me something that's going to raise the probability
said yes. No.
that Christianity
Don't backtrack.
is true.
You said
you're wasting time.
You're
I'm
backtracking.
asking you. So, do you not have any reason why I should become a Christian?
You're being dishonest. No. Okay. When I asked you, do you want me to use reason and evidence for why you should be a Christian and why Christianity is true? You said yes. Don't backtrack. You are a dishonest, lying piece of shit. Give the argument.
You done crying?
And your co-host are also just pseudo-intellectuals also.
You done crying? You're wasting time.
Why aren't these other low tiers talking too?
They're trying to give you the opportunity to give us a good reason why we should become Christian, but you seem to be all about wasting time. So are you you got 2 minutes 49 seconds?
You are bro.
Why should I become a Christian? You wasted half your time.
Give the argument for the framework.
I'm not making an
dishonest piece of shit.
I'm asking you a question. It doesn't seem like you can answer the question.
You fucking pseudo-intellectual. You conceded to the framework. Give the argument. You actual dishonest piece of shit. Yo. Give the argument.
2 minutes 15 seconds, bud.
Bro.
Give the argument. Why should I become a Christian?
Stop dodging.
Stop dodging. Oh, no. What's the argument? Why should I become a Christian?
You have to give an argument for the framework because when I asked you, do you want me to use reason and evidence, you conceded yes. Don't backtrack.
Why
you
should
said
I become
yes,
a Christian?
so give the argument.
Why should I become
piece of shit, yo.
Why should I become a Christian?
You are getting slapped around right now. Bulldozed and choked.
I know you think that, but my audience would disagree, and I would disagree. So you got 1 minute 23 seconds to tell me why I should become a Christian.
The Bible God. Do you not realize that your audience is a bunch of idiots? Also, the comments you guys are just idiots. Give the argument for the framework. Co-host, can you
where we come from is methodological naturalism. That's where we come from.
No, don't give
an argument for the natural theology framework.
Don't give him anything. Why should I become a Christian?
Scientific Stitch. Can you?
Why should we become Christians?
Can somebody give an argument?
Why should we become Christians?
Can somebody give an argument, please?
We got 40 seconds left, bud. I don't think you're gonna be able to convince me to be a Christian in the next 37 seconds.
So I guess the host is a pseudo-intellectual piece of shit, and plus his 2 other dumbass co-hosts. Bet. Okay. Please. You fucking low tier.
fucking actual notes here. You dishonest atheist. Dishonest atheist.
So congratulations for wasting all your time. Bye. Oh man.
But like, all I heard is crying.
Oh man. Yeah, go on. That was so funny. They don't have any reason for us to be
They're
Christian.
19. They're a baby. Leave them alone.
Hopefully they'll grow up. Well, hopefully, we'll see. Give them 10 years. Anyways, incel stay losing. Yeah.
Exactly. I could be your mom too. Be respectful. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, you know what? Maybe he'll get laid and he'll chill the fuck out and he'll come back and, give us a good reason to believe in the Bible or believe in Christianity. My 19-year-old isn't that awful. You know what? Because it's because you're a good mom, Colin. Well, I don't want to blame his mom. Maybe I blame his pastor for turning him into that. Maybe his pastor would be embarrassed though. All right, let's read some super chats now, and then we'll move on to the next guest. Let's see.
All right. At Kirby Shine with the £2. It's a bit embarrassing, but I wrote the Bible.
Oh no, Herbie Shine, you should have got a publisher. You should have got an editor. That would have saved Christians so much problems. Piggy needs a Bible, I think now. And
at Dr. Brian Peck with the $10. I like to imagine him riding the donkeys Jean-Claude Van Damme style, full splits into the city walls.
Me too. Like one donkey on one foot, another on the other, him completely doing the splits. I bet there's actually a picture out there somewhere of that. Wait a minute. Let's see. Jesus doing the splits on two donkeys. Let's see. Image. Oh, there isn't it out there? If you're an artist out there and you've got time, maybe I'll just doodle it later. Get on it. Jesus doing the splits on two donkeys. Come on. That's gotta be a thing out there.
Isn't that doesn't Double Donkey Jesus have that as their profile photo?
Oh, they might actually. I'll have to take a look at their profile then.
At Tracy, aka Yantu, with the $4.99. You're making me want to save a horse and ride a cowboy. Love you, Dolphin.
Save a horse, ride a cowboy. Thank you so much, Yantu. Much appreciated.
At Gamer Guy with the $5. How dare you debate heroism's talking points? What do you think this is, a debate platform?
I know, the audacity. The audacity of me. He went sulking back to his incel Discord. Probably. I believe that's where. Okay.
At Me versus the Bible with the $2. I love it when Dawn takes no shit from guests.
Listen, it might be something to do with what's going on up here. I just I don't know if I don't have the social ability to sit here and just sit down calmly and listen to people bullshit all day. But I get straight to the point. I just don't have it in me. I need them to get to the fucking point. And not cry and whine like babies, like David. David, you're back from the incel. You're back from the incel Discord. Welcome back, bud. But you stay shut up. And then we have here.
That's Rostman for show with the $10. This 5th generation Texan is proud of you, my Lone Star homie.
Hey, hey, howdy, partner. Good to see you. And go Longhorns. Yeah, I'm trying to do Best by Texas. I am the Lone Star of Texas. No kidding. That might be James Tallarico, honestly, at this point. W for James Tallarico. All right, I'm gonna bring up the next guest. We have here Squimcha. Squimcha. I'm gonna ask you 3 preliminary questions, and then we can get into the meat and potatoes of the conversation.
Sounds good.
Question number 1, are you at least 18 years old?
I am indeed.
Question number 2, what pronouns do you go by?
I am a male.
Well, that's not a
So,
pronoun,
yeah.
bud. There you go. Question number 3, are you a Christian?
I am indeed.
All right, I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. I'm not a Christian. Tell me, Squimsh, why should I become a Christian?
Well, if I might ask out of a position of curiosity, because it seems like you very much have your position set. Were you raised a Christian and then deconstructed?
Yeah.
And for what reason was that? Was there like one big thing, or was it a period over a couple of years?
Yeah. There was one big reason why deconstruction. Actually, I have it sitting over here on the shelf. This book I read. There's this book I read that really helped me deconstruct away from Christianity, called the Bible. I read this book front to back. I learned Hebrew just so I could read the first part of the book, and I quickly became unconvinced that Christianity was true as a result.
So are you fluent in Hebrew?
I'm close enough. I can read it. I can't speak conversely in Hebrew. I can read it though.
That is quite fascinating. Well, I do very much get the impression that you have made your pick and that I have made my pick. And I don't mean to have like a hateful discussion like the last one seemed to be. I don't exactly know what was happening. I listened to the whole thing and I'm not sure what was going on there.
He was just bothered because I didn't stick to his script, and he's a Phil Bro. They just don't have, if it doesn't go according to their script, they just go off the wire. So, but I'm not getting that vibe from you.
What is Phil Bro, if I might ask?
Phil Bros are Christians, generally Christians. There's also Muslim Phil Bros, but they are individuals that they're highly knowledgeable when it comes to technical jargon for philosophy. Like they took like basically like a 101 intro for philosophy. They love to use philosophical jargon, rapid speech, and they have a
yeah, exactly. The speedy pattern of speech is a symptom.
Yeah, and they all use it just to try to rhetorically dominate in the conversation, and because if their opposition isn't philosophically inclined and also can't keep up with their fast rate speech and their technical jargon, it makes it look like they're winning an argument, when in fact the problem with Phil Bros is that while they might love philosophy, they technically don't know anything about the Bible.
No, that makes sense. Okay, well, thank you for the explanation. And I know that this might not strike you guys as particularly resonant, and I'm not of the belief that in a few minutes I would be able to convince anybody of Christianity, because it took me quite a while, even myself, and I am very much a Christian now. But the experience that led me to it was that I'm 24 years old now, and I lived a very interesting life right up until I was about 21 or 22. And this produced for me a ton of money and worldly success through illegitimate means, if you will. And I was with you until you said illegitimate. I was like, hell yeah, but not for illegitimate means. Well, it was just I wasn't well behaved, let's say. It was a sinful life, if you will.
But, weren't you just on Daniel Green's live recently?
I was indeed. Daniel is a lovely person.
Yeah, you're a really good guest. This is a good guest, Dalton.
Thank you. I just enjoy having conversations with people, and I like to hear other people's perspective. Daniel is a lovely guy, and I was super grateful for the conversation.
Yeah, we love Daniel. So,
yes, sir.
Is there any good reason why I should return to Christianity?
Well, I am of the belief that there is something grander than that which is material and that which is observable. And I do very much believe that there is a spiritual essence and that there is a grander purpose to human existence than just that which is observable.
Let's say I believed you and I believe that there was a God and stuff like that. Why should I think that it's Yahweh specifically and that Christianity specifically is true?
Well, I can only speak from my own perspective, and I have had things through the lens of Christianity that have become manifest in my life that I simply cannot explain, friend, and without it being pointing to something of a grander reality that is happening here. And I do very much see it that we're all kind of just born into this world, right? We're all human beings, and we don't exactly know anything about anything. And I lived very much in the darkness from having any understanding of anything.
I'll tell you this. I can't be a Christian if Jesus wasn't the Christ and the Son of God. And as far as I
Well,
can
of course
tell,
not.
and as far as I can tell, the guy wasn't the Messiah. He didn't even fulfill any prophecies from the Hebrew Bible. And I have no good reason to think that he rose again from the dead.
Well, I obviously am of the belief that many of them have been fulfilled, and many of them are to be fulfilled upon a second coming.
What do you think has been fulfilled? Can you give us one example?
Well, obviously, like having read through the book of Matthew, it'll list it out immediately. So I guess we could just like go through the book of Matthew where it says many different times, and this fulfills the prophecy of this, and then you can go find that in the Old Testament as well.
The first time that happens in the Gospel of Matthew would be Matthew chapter 1, verse 23, where the author says, "And this happened in order to fulfill what was spoken by the prophet, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel." This being translated, God is with us. There's a huge problem, though, with that. When we go back and we read Isaiah 7:14, which is what the author of Matthew is quoting, one, it doesn't say anything about a virgin. And two, it doesn't describe the woman in question as someone who shall become pregnant in the future, but rather someone who is pregnant. Hebrew text says, "L'ken yitan Adonai hu lechem ot," therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. "Hinei ha'al machora," behold, the young woman is pregnant. "Ve'yoledet ben," and she will have a son. "Ve'kirat shemo Emmanuel," and she will call his name Emmanuel.
That is fascinating. I'm dearly impressed. How long did it take you to learn the Hebrew?
I've been studying Hebrew since I was 16. So
Fascinating.
well over a decade.
I should. Did you study Greek as well, or was it just Hebrew?
A little bit.
That is utterly fascinating. I need to follow in your footsteps. Well, I must admit, I don't particularly view the Bible as the highest authority, and nor do I think that it is inerrant. I'm sorry?
That's a W.
That's a W. Yeah, that's a good start.
Well, I do promise that I'm riding with this until I die, to be certain. But I definitely don't think that it is inerrant, and I think that it is human beings' often futile ability to reconcile with themselves, like God's growing presence within our existence down here. But I definitely don't think that like the Bible is just this perfect thing.
So it could be that when individuals of the Bible claim that Jesus appeared to them, that he didn't actually appear to them, that they were experiencing other psychological phenomenon, and that they were just misinterpreting as resurrection appearances.
Also, we're far from perfect.
Yeah, far from it.
What do you mean far from perfect?
Oh, for example, the enzyme that basically catalyzes the reaction to replicate your DNA so you can heal, grow, and do all these other fun things as well as make babies. That enzyme can't actually go back and fix its mistakes past one nucleotide or one unit. So if it makes a mistake, it's kind of there. And like the best DNA replication mechanisms that we have for like fixing these mistakes, the enzyme that's supposed to fix it, it's called DNA polymerase 5, actually makes more mistakes than the original one. DNA polymerase, I believe it's 2 or 3. So like generally speaking, our cells make so many mistakes, millions upon millions of mistakes every single day of our lives. And unlike other animals, which are more, I guess, communal, so for example, like whales, elephants, giraffes, humans are known to be fairly competitive, and based on evolution, because of our competitive nature, we actually have a higher rate of cancer than compared to communal animals, because it was evolutionarily favorable for our enemies to keel over from cancer. So we are like genetically flawed in that sense, where we have extremely high rates of cancer for like a species. So if we're talking about like perfect, our cells are far from perfect. They make so many mistakes, more than the other animals actually. And so, yeah, that's like when we say perfect, we're really not.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm a Christian. Clearly, you don't have to sell me on the fact that these bodies are not perfect.
Yeah.
Oh no, they've never been perfect, not even from the beginning.
I agree.
I
Oh,
can't
so you
point.
don't follow Genesis then?
I'm sorry?
You don't follow like the story of Genesis that we once were perfect and then fell?
Oh, absolutely, that is the case. But I myself, existing in this body, I
Well,
was
that's still
born in
not true.
2002. So this body has always been an inheritant of original sin, and
Well, no,
thus will
Well,
eventually decay.
no.
original sin doesn't explain away the imperfections of the body, because the book of Genesis
Yeah.
never makes a claim that anything physiologically changed from Adam to Seth. If anything, the book of Genesis makes a claim that Seth was made to be just like Adam. The only thing that changes is spiritually is what changes according to Genesis. So like if Adam would have the same exact kind of body that we would have, and all the problems with human bodies are still present in Adam. Adam had a hole that was used for eating and breathing, and that's a bad design.
Do you mean a mouth? Is that what you mean? The hole for eating and breathing?
Yes.
No.
And they're connected.
No.
You can actually
Sorry.
eat and accidentally choke to death.
Also, I just wanted to mention that cancer has been around far before humans ever existed. So there was no fall where humans used to not have cancer and now we don't, or sorry, used to not have cancer, now we do. We've always had cancer. Our ancestors always had cancer. Our ancestors of those ancestors always had cancer. Common ancestors of various species always had cancer. So yeah, it's not possible for there to have been a fall or to have been a perfect human being, unfortunately.
And I don't think I understand why you would posit that.
It's not just positing it, it's the evidence. And also that we also would talk about like prion diseases. So for example, the reason why life can form is because proteins can aggregate and then replicate themselves. Like that's one of the reasons for like abiogenesis. Those same prions and the same self-replicating proteins go on to cause issues like Alzheimer's disease. So those things have been around ever since the dawn of time because it's kind of necessary for our proteins to favorably fold and then also cause other proteins to fold. In fact, the prion protein that can go on to cause like these plaques inside of your brain of like protein aggregates, the same kinds of genes that are involved in prion diseases can also help with long-term memory. So like all the things that we need, like growth genes, healing genes, they cause cancer when they're mutated, and the sun mutates our genes. So it's quite literally impossible to live on an earth where we don't have cancer. Same thing goes for Alzheimer's.
Also,
thank you for the explanation.
There's a Dalton.
Go ahead, Dalton.
There's a Dalton in the comment section saying that we're lost and put your trust in Jesus. And I will have to say, I am ashamed to have the same name as this individual. Dalton, I'm not lost. I'm in my room. I know exactly where I'm at. And I don't need Jeebus Crispy. Jeebus Crispy needs me.
What do you mean?
Without us, Jesus, the idea of Jesus ceases to exist. Jesus is dependent upon us to exist. Jesus is a dead rabbi. The only reason he's even relevant is because people continue to believe in him. If it wasn't for us, Jesus would cease to exist. So Jesus, we don't need Jesus. Jesus needs us.
I see. Well, again, if I might just ask you guys some questions, just because, I mean, it is clear that you guys' positions are established, and I very much understand that the way that I came to this was through a different lens and is my own lived experience and a genuine, like, to the core of my being, belief that there is something grander than just what is material happening here.
I was in the
and
same
I
boat
understand
as you.
that is not a paradigm that exists in everybody's head. But so if I might ask, like, how did that feel for you, like having been raised a Christian? Like, I just want to have a conversation with you truly. I know I'm not going to convince you and you're not going to convince me. So there's no point in just like, making little quips at one another and stuff like that. But like, so how did that feel for you? Just like as a person, I'm quite curious.
Being a Christian?
Like the deconstructing process of it.
Oh, I enjoyed it. My priority has always been truth over beliefs. So like whatever I found new truth, it was exciting.
And so did that feel as though that it was like somewhat of a stripping of your identity, or was it just like a very enjoyable process for you? Because I have heard some people say that it was a quite difficult thing for them.
That's a good question. I don't really root myself super heavily in like I didn't root my identity as strictly in my religion. I was always just Dalton, who was also a believer in Jesus, and then I was Dalton, who was not a believer in Jesus, and I'm just Dalton who loves truth.
Also, I wanted to add in that when I deconstructed, I gained purpose. So before then, I was scared of, like, very terrified of being like not living. I was scared of the afterlife. I was scared of everything. I felt like I didn't have a purpose in this life, and that the only real reason like I was ever a believer was because it was, oh yeah, it's this life means more than just this life and the livable world, and it kind of made me not care about my life. And so yes, living to a rule book and living in accordance to like this pre-planned book thing can be like it can feel good in the moment, but when I stopped believing, I actually gave myself better purpose. I became more productive in this life. I started living like every day was my last, in the sense that I don't just like I take better care of myself. And so I started actually caring more about life. Somebody just said it in the comments section, and it's kind of it's very true. And it also made me appreciate the kind of life that I have, as well as biology, more, because it made me realize, like, okay, biology isn't bad or good, it just is. And it can be bad for us, and it can be better for other animals, but there's no weight to it anymore. I'm not sitting there thinking, why, God, why? Because I just don't believe in it.
I'll say that.
No, that very much makes sense. I appreciate your perspective.
I'll say that.
Yeah, it was rough for me too.
I'd say as an introvert, I was a little bit relieved that my thoughts weren't constantly being monitored, and that I actually did have alone time, and there wasn't like invisible people watching me all the time. That was nice.
I'm sorry to butt in, but Snitch, seeing you be able to explain yourself and exercise at the same time has really given me motivation as well.
I'm sorry? Are you talking to me?
I usually walk.
He's talking to Scientific
Snitch.
Oh.
Yeah, I usually walk while I debate. Right now, I'm drawing out biosynthetic pathways.
Yeah, it's a challenge to fit in everything, because I'm suffering some things that I've mentioned to Dalton already and to other co-hosts, but you're giving me hope that I can continue to work on myself, and seeing you do that, and your knowledge has also been wonderful.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Well, you hope you get better, Chapter.
I hope you get better too.
Oh, thank you, Redhead. I know you've heard a little bit of the story too, but that's not the main story, because I think Dalton is the host. And I think, yeah, let's get back to the story.
So to put it very simply, I don't believe in Christianity because the evidence just doesn't seem to be in favor of it. As far as I can tell, Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies. We have no good reason to think he rose again from the dead. Even if I believed that there was a higher power and a God, at best, I would just be like a deist, a provincial deist at best. I wouldn't believe in Christianity. I would have no good reason to be a Christian.
And so what do you, just out of a genuine curiosity, what do you think that you would seek out if you were to be a believer of any God? And I assume that that is not the case now. Like, are you just like a pure atheist?
Yeah, I'm just an agnostic atheist. If I believed in a God, it would probably just be like deism or provincial deism. So like a generic deity who created the world and all that kind of fun stuff. But I wouldn't believe that God cared whether or not I like who I slept with. or anything like that. Like or I wouldn't think that God sent a guy to die as a sacrifice to himself. I wouldn't believe any of the supernatural other like nonsense that's found in the Bible. That doesn't make any sense.
No, that I can definitely see where you're coming from there. Well, again,
look,
I very much am operating a. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll say I have other guests waiting, and this has been an interesting conversation, but I do have to move on.
I was going to say the same thing. I just wanted to say thank you for your time, and I very much enjoy hearing new perspectives from people. And thank you guys. And although you might not agree,
I did have
may
a
God bless
question
you,
for
friend.
Squimminch.
Sure.
Oh, what a question. I had a question as well, but it was very different from Squimminch. It was apple and pomegranate or ginger and lemongrass iced tea.
I don't know anything about ginger or lemongrass tea, but if I had to choose between apples and pomegranates,
Yeah.
I really like pomegranates.
Okay, so apple and pomegranate. Even though fresh pomegranate is a bitch. No, I apologize. Is difficult to deal with. I want to know what you think is better because I made both.
I don't know which one's like better for you or which one tastes better because the only tea I drink is Louisiana. I'm a good old Southern boy. Yeah.
Whatever makes you
Louisiana
feel
iced
more
tea.
relaxed.
Yeah.
Well, that's a question I'll try out with my wife tonight. Thanks, Scientific Snitch. Thank you, Redheaded. I'll
Of
meet
course.
up and we'll see what the next guest brings up. Because
Thank you, Chapter.
I did have a question for them, but I think the Bible guy has it all handled.
Thank you, Chapter. All right, we're gonna bring up Hunter Miller. Hunter, I'm gonna ask you 3 preliminary questions, and then we can get to the conversation. Question number 1: are you at least 18 years old?
Yes, sir.
You're very faint.
Hello.
You sound a million miles
A
away.
little bit louder. Yeah, a little bit louder if you can.
Hello.
There we go.
Oh, that's much better.
And question number 2: what pronouns do you go by?
He, him.
And then question number 3: are you a Christian?
Yes.
All right, I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. I am not a Christian. Tell me, Hunter, why should I become a Christian?
I guess my first question, just like out of curiosity, what do you believe like happens after you die?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Yeah, but I would really like to know why I should become a Christian.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to get there, but like...
I'm not very interested in talking about myself and my beliefs. I want to know about your beliefs and why I should believe them.
Well, yeah, but I got to try and convince you why you should become a Christian, right?
Yeah, let's pretend I believe in a God and I even believe in the supernatural part of afterlives and spirits and stuff. Why should I become a Christian?
I would say say you believe in a God, in spiritual, all that. We are born into a doomed world. We are born in, like, this earth is unfair. This earth is terrible. Am I wrong? Like this earth is very evil.
Yeah, that doesn't help your case.
Yeah, Christianity doesn't provide any justice.
Okay. So,
or fairness.
Basically, like, we are born into this doomed evil world. God, seeing that, out of his love and mercy, he saw that. He saw that we were doomed. Like, there is, like, nothing we can do to earn the glory.
Not only does the Bible God see that we're doomed, but he's the one who sort of doomed us in the first place. It's his fault we're in this position. If the Bible's
we kind of doomed ourselves. And, like, I guess I can go back to, like, the conversation of the fall.
The fall of man is God's fault.
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
Yeah, so let me give you an example, an analogy to help explain why it's Yahweh's fault. Imagine I'm a dad, and I've got two kids. Those two kids are, they're so young they don't know the difference between right and wrong. Okay. I set them in a playpen with all these toys, and also in the center of the playpen I put a butcher's knife. And I tell them, you can play with all these toys, just don't touch the butcher's knife, or else you'll hurt yourself. Now, these kids are so young they don't know the difference between what's right and what's wrong. Then, on top of that, I let someone into the playpen that I know is going to poke and prod and tempt my kids into touching the butcher's knife. When the kids touch the butcher's knife, who's to blame?
Themselves.
Not me, the parent who put. Not me, the parent who put. Why are they to blame? They don't know the difference between right and wrong.
The parent told them not to touch the knife.
But they don't know the difference between right and wrong. They're so young. They don't know what's right and what's wrong. They don't know it's wrong to not do
How do we know that Adam and Eve didn't know the difference between right and wrong?
Oh, because the Bible says
so.
Yeah, they ate from the tree of the what?
Knowledge.
Of?
Read
the tree of knowledge.
The tree of the knowledge of? So I got a full title.
I'm not sure the rest. What is it?
It's the fruit of the tree of good and evil. And it says that when they ate it, their eyes were open and they became like God, knowing good and evil, which means that prior to eating the fruit, what did they not have?
Okay, I get what you're saying for sure. I guess the more logical part I can kind of reason with you and what you said is, how could he let the serpent into that playpen? I can kind of see where you're coming from there. That does make sense. That I don't know. That's something I got to look into and study myself.
We have God, who is the parent. We have Adam and Eve, who do not have the knowledge of good and evil. He puts all these trees in the knowledge that are good for them to eat, and then in the middle, he puts a tree that potentially could kill them. They don't know the difference between good and evil. Then he allows someone into the playpen that
I think
tempts them.
Is the least of the problems. Would you agree, Dalton?
Does it say in the? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hunter. I was just saying that I think the serpent is the least of the problems.
Yeah, it's the least of the problems. Yeah.
Yeah.
God putting the tree there in the first place, and also them having no knowledge of good and evil. God is setting them up for failure.
Maybe that was all part of his plan.
He's a bad
parent. That makes him evil.
If Adam and Eve didn't eat from that,
but then you're conceding to the point that I made earlier that us being in this doomed position, that's God's fault. He put us in this doomed position. It's like someone who pushes you overboard and then throws you the life raft. Like, okay, I guess thanks for throwing me the life raft, but you're the one who pushed me over.
True. Say it is God's fault, right? Say Adam and Eve didn't eat from that tree. Me and you wouldn't be alive right now.
You don't know that. It doesn't say that.
No idea about that.
Yeah, it only says in the book of Genesis that after they ate the fruit, that Eve would produce children in like extreme pain. It doesn't say that prior to this. What is the first ever commandment in Genesis 1 that God gave to Adam and Eve before the fall?
Couldn't tell you. I'm not sure.
He says, "Be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth." That would insinuate that prior to the fall, that Adam and Eve had the ability to copulate and make children.
He said that prior to the fall?
Yes, Genesis chapter 1. God makes man and woman in his image, and then he says, "Be fruitful and multiply." So we would still be here. We would just not be in a doomed state. We would be in paradise.
And that's assuming that cancer didn't exist before humans existed, even though that's
no. But whenever cancer wasn't a thing when we were first created.
No, not true.
No, that's not true.
No. After the fall.
What scientific condition means that not in the Bible, but in reality, in the real world, where the Earth isn't 6,000 years old and it didn't start with 2 humans. Cancer existed before Homo sapiens were ever around in real life.
No, on this world, cancer has always existed. For sure.
Yes. Yeah, so why should I ever believe
in the beginning, Adam and Eve were in they were with God in eternity.
So let me ask you this. Do you think it was Adam and Eve that were the first organisms, or do you think it was abiogenesis?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's my point. So science says it's abiogenesis. And if it's abiogenesis, then Adam and Eve, they always had cancer in the sense that they could always get it.
Yeah. Dinosaurs. We have found dinosaurs with cancer in their bones. Dinosaurs existed millions of years before humans were ever around.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
So that means cancer was in the world before Adam and Eve.
I think the part where we differ in belief is that I believe, and I would even go to say, like, I know that Adam and Eve were in perfect eternity paradise.
Sorry.
The Bible doesn't even make that claim. The Bible never makes the claim that Adam and Eve were in perfection. It says that the world was good. It doesn't say it was perfect. There's death in the world before Adam and Eve even sin. They eat the fruit. In order to eat fruit are biological organisms that are living. In order to eat fruit, you have to kill them and eat them. And also, like Snitch has pointed out,
This is correct.
Cancer has been around even before humans were ever around, in reality.
Yeah, so like if you were to claim that Adam and Eve like didn't have cancer at some point or had the incapacity to have cancer, then you would be arguing against evolution. And so then you would have to deny evolution. And so like it doesn't logically follow that Adam and Eve never had the capability to have cancer. If you're saying that you do agree with the theory of evolution and all of its evidence. And when I say theory, I mean it by the scientific sense and this fact that gravity is a theory. So you would be denying gravity, you would be denying evolution, you would be basically denying all of science. So good luck with trying to tell me that Adam and Eve didn't have the capacity to have cancer without denying all of science.
All right, hold on. I found this. Genesis chapter 2, verses 7 through 8. Then the Lord God formed the man of dust from the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living creature. And the Lord God planted a garden of Eden in the east, and there he put the man whom he had formed.
So that goes against evolution.
Huh? But he was in the Garden of Eden first.
That still goes against evolution.
I think what you're missing here, Bud, is that what Snitch is saying is that humans were not made from the dust of the earth. The Bible is making a scientific claim that is inaccurate. Human beings evolved. We are evolving still. And there was never a point in human history ever where there were only two humans. You could not populate the world off of two humans. There's not enough genetic information in two humans to populate the planet.
We would also actually have evidence of this, which goes against the current. Oh, I'm so sorry, chapter.
Sorry, Snitch. I think you need at least 500 people to populate the Earth.
I would not be
right?
I would not be surprised, but even like regardless of the specific number, there's evidence to suggest this because of, for example, specifically different markers of ancestry and how diverse they are in the sense that there are certain individuals who have specific markers of ancestry that are a lot more split apart than others. This doesn't imply like different races or anything like that, but it does imply that there was quite a population of human beings that were able to spread out across a continent, aka North Africa and Europe, so that ancestry could have this more, we could see like the markers of ancestry change. If there were only two people, we would be able to track things a lot easier.
Yeah. All right. Well, if you don't, since we've had that conversation, if you don't mind me asking now, like, I want to go back to like the after death thing. Like, you just believe in nothingness, like.
Yeah.
No, I believe that I believe our atoms go to the source.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I was asking the Bible guy. I'm sorry.
Well, what Snitch just said is accurate. Like, our brains are like meat computers. They're functioning. The part that makes up me is like the firing of neurons and other like brain functions and stuff like that. When that brain function ceases to be, my body will still be here, but the thing that you would generally identify as the Bible guy, being this guy up here, that that function ceases to exist. My body will still remain here, and what happens to me after I die is completely dependent upon whatever anyone wants to do with my body.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I think that we will return to the soil.
If you don't mind me asking, like, and this isn't out of like any.
One second. Chapter's saying something. What chapter?
Okay, go for it.
I was just agreeing with Dalton. I think we'll return to the soil, and we don't know what happens next. Just like we were before we were born.
Yeah,
that's about it.
So what were you gonna say, bud?
Not out of like any disrespect at all, because it could maybe come off this way. But like, are you still close with like loved ones, like family members? Are you still like have
Very
any
much
family
so.
members you're super close with?
Very much so. My sister's actually in the next room.
And the thought that like once you're dead, you'll never be able to.
I won't care at that point. I won't exist anymore. There's actually
I guess yeah.
What's interesting is actually the Epicureans, who were a group of philosophers back in the day. The Epicureans actually believed the same thing, that when you die, you cease to exist. And they had a really interesting funerary thing, something they would put on their tombs when they died. It was a pithy little saying. It was, "I was not, I was, I am not, I do not care. When I cease to exist," like for example, prior to your conception, did you care about the fact that you weren't yet born? That you were not yet conceived?
No. Yeah, that's a good point. I get where you're coming from. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get your logic for sure.
Is there any good reason why I should think that? Yeah, the Epicureans, yeah. From Epicurus. Is there any good reason why I should think otherwise?
I don't think I got good enough reasons for you.
All right.
I don't think I'd be able to convince you.
Do you have any reason for why I should think Jesus is the Messiah?
What would I say? Because he is your savior and he loves you more than anything.
That is the claim.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
That is the claim. Yeah, I don't think dead people love anyone though. And Jesus, as far as I know, is the corpse. So I would say Jesus doesn't.
Gotta go
love me.
get some fresh air.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I just gotta go get some fresh air. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. But yeah. Corpses don't love anyone though.
I really like your work.
And I don't think Jesus is anything but a corpse right now. So I'd say he doesn't know me. He doesn't love me.
Well, yeah. With your standpoint on that, yeah, that makes sense.
Dalton, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's probably the last time I interrupt, but sacrifices were meant to stay unalived. Am I correct?
Yeah, I mean, the question is, well, you do kill a sacrifice, but at least, I mean, the God of the Old Testament, at least in some instances, seems to be against human sacrifice, and also seems to be against people killing their kids for sacrifices. But yet, for some reason, the entirety of the New Testament is God killing his kid as a human sacrifice. But there are parameters for a valid sacrifice in the Hebrew Bible. It has to be at the temple. Jesus wasn't at the temple. It has to be a lamb without blemish. Jesus was neither a lamb nor was he without blemish. I mean, he doesn't.
Not.
Yeah, he just doesn't fit any of the criteria for a sacrifice.
Hold on, I want to respond to this JT guy in the comments saying someone that loves you doesn't have a plan to torture you.
That is true.
It's the complete.
It's true, but you don't have to reply to the comments.
He doesn't. I mean, I can't say anything to that besides he doesn't have a plan to torture me, and so much of the world thinks that he has a plan to torture you.
But wait a minute, are you saying that if I end up in hell that I did something that was contrary to the will and plan of God, that I surprised him or something like that?
You don't have to go to hell.
No. God is in your worldview. Is God all knowing?
Yeah.
He knows the future perfectly?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Do all things happen according to his will?
Yeah.
So if I end up in hell, that's because God knew it would happen, and it was according to his will. Paul even says explicitly this, that some people are made for destruction. I would be one of those people if I died and I went to hell. And the only way it could be like by the way, it's not a choice. It's not my choice to go to hell. Beliefs are not choices.
You know what's crazy is that was a thought that I had in my head like these past couple weeks, was that like, so if like God's all knowing, God knows my life from start to finish. God knew that I was going to be saved at one point in my life. God knew that I was going to choose to follow him, and God knows how I will die. And I thought to myself, does that mean God knows the people that are going to go to hell? Like, does that mean that God put people on this earth knowing that they're going to go to hell? And
that's
so,
what Paul,
so
that's
like
what
that
Paul
was,
yes.
yeah, that was something I thought about. But like, I mean, that doesn't necessarily
So Paul
like
says.
take me away from the fact that like I know God is real and Jesus is real,
it
but like
would
that's something I got to figure out.
It would just make him evil. It could possibly be that Yahweh is real. He's just evil because he creates people knowing full well that they will end up not accepting belief in him, and thus will end up burning and being tortured for all eternity for something they had zero control over.
Yeah, that's something I like that has been on my mind the past few weeks. But
yeah. Anyways, so I
but
think
like
it's
with go ahead.
I was gonna say I think that's gonna probably be the end of this conversation. I think we're gonna move on. But hey,
Yeah, for sure. Good. Yeah.
Hunter, thank you for coming up.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. I've been waiting for so damn long, and so many people you've had up here were just speaking absolute gibberish, I feel like, and just blabbing about crazy stuff and weren't even making sense. And I'm just sitting here like, bro, bring me up. Like,
Yeah,
so I appreciate it. But
I feel you. Thank you for coming up, though, Hunter.
Yep. But have a good rest of your night.
You too. Chapter, I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna let you down. That way, I only have one guest up at a time. I don't want to like have too many. I had too many friendlies up, and I'm gonna try to keep it low. That way, Christians are more apt to come in.
No, please do. I want to show you my new mask.
Oh yeah.
I've had it for a while, but I can briefly show you, and then you can drop me down.
All right. By the way, Bald Eagle Stepdaddy, you're up next, and then we'll bring up Bernie after you. Oh yeah, you already showed us. You already showed us. The mask. It's pretty cool.
A plague doctor.
Yeah. Remember I told you, made me want to play Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, you mentioned that already. Oh, I'm so sorry. I showed you twice. Yeah, not doing so well. So yeah, let me down.
Hey, love you, bud.
Let me down. I mean, that's from Tinker. Let me down. Thank you.
Keep us updated on your recovery and whatnot. You know, last time you came up, you told us you were doing better. So I hope that's still true, and I hope to get more good information from you. All right. I'm gonna read some super chats, and then we're gonna bring up Bald Eagle Stepdaddy. So first super chat
is at Simeon Urchin with the $4.99. Couldn't you make an argument that the sorcerers in Exodus 7:11 also are an explicit acknowledgement of other gods and the powers they can do?
Yes, in fact, that's probably what's happening in the book of Exodus. The idea of Exodus is that there is a magic off between Moses and his magic and the Pharaoh and the Egyptians and their magic, God magic. And it just the story of Exodus is that Yahweh's God magic is stronger than the God magic of the Egyptians. That's exactly the point they were trying to make.
And then at Game Died with the $2. Let's get some L's in the comments for the Phil Bro.
Oh yeah, David. Yeah, 100%. L after L, that guy, 100%. All right. Oh, there he goes. Bald Eagle Stepdaddy. There you are. All right. Bald Eagle Step Diddy, I'm going to ask you 3 preliminary questions, and then we can get into the conversation. Question number 1, are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
Question number 2, what pronouns do you go by?
He, him.
Question number 3, are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'm Dalton the Bible Guy. Bald Eagle, why should I become a Christian?
Well, anyways, thanks for having me up, though. I appreciate it. And for that question, well, I kind of answered it earlier, but I'll, I guess, go from a different angle. So, my thing is, right, Christianity is American, right? Jesus was basically the first American, right? He stood up to big government, Rome, and like love pew-pews, right? Sword, same thing.
Wait, what?
No
and
on
he
every
hated
point.
taxes.
No on every point.
Well, there's that one, and my point number 2 would be
you're a troll.
I'm not trolling.
No, there's no way you cannot. There's no way you cannot be a troll and say with a straight face, Jesus was the first American. Jesus he was Jewish.
I said Christianity is American. Well,
it's not American.
My thing is
Christianity is American? No, that's not the case either.
Christianity is, and in its origin, Middle Eastern, and then it's European, and now it exists in America, but it's not American in and of itself. I would say actually that being Christian is very un-American, actually.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Because the Ten Commandments, the Ten Commandments is you shall have no other gods besides me. That goes against freedom of religion. If you think that you can't have other religions, then that's un-American. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. That's against the freedom of speech. So I'd say that it's very un-American.
Okay, that's actually some good points. Well, my response to that would be like, the Bible is the only book I need, right? I don't read these soy boy novels or instruction manuals. I got one book, and it has everything. War, can I say that word? Dragons,
How do you think the Bible came about?
You're asking
what's your view? Yeah. What's your view on the Bible? What's your knowledge of the origins of your one book that you're using in life?
Like how it came out, like the actual.
Are you aware of the Bible story? Like how did the Bible? Like who wrote the Bible? And how did it come about?
The very beginnings. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Like you're asking me some really important questions. I appreciate that. So my thing is I have allergies.
I honestly think that like following that question, who wrote the Bible, will lead to your deconstruction if you dig deep enough.
Well, step 1, God wrote it, right? Now with the pen, that's human technology, but with thunderbolts, right? To etch the words into stone tablets, like a divine engraving tool, but with more lightning, right? So my cousin Troy tried this method, right, with his truck battery and a metal sign.
You think the Bible came from stone tablets?
Yeah, a lightning bolt. My cousin Troy says so. And also
with a lightning bolt?
Moses.
Yeah, troll. Yeah. I'm not gonna waste my time with that bullshit.
Wow.
My cousin Troy and his girlfriend Gabriella told him that came from a lightning bolt. Anyways, Jesus fucking Christ. All right, Bernie.
That's wild.
Bernie, I'm pretty sure we've spoken to you before, but let me see if I remember. You are at least 18 years old. You go by he, him, and you are Jewish, not Christian.
That is correct.
So you don't.
But yeah. What I find fascinating. No, I have a question for you, actually, because you said something very interesting, and that's why I was waiting. You said something a while ago that you started to learn Hebrew. And when you started to learn Hebrew, that's when you realized that Christianity was not correct. Is that correct in my assumption? That's what you said? Okay. So what is it about Hebrew that brought you to that reality that Christianity, then after that, all religion is meaningless? So That's really curious to me.
Learning Hebrew only showed me
Biblical
that
prophecy.
Yeah, it only showed me Christianity was true because when I saw that the authors of the New Testament Christians are mistranslating the Hebrew Bible to make it look Christological or about Jesus, then I was like, oh, okay, Christianity is not true. Jesus didn't fulfill prophecy. The reason I ended up rejecting Judaism was because I started to apply the same level of scrutiny to the Hebrew Bible as I did to the New Testament.
Yeah, but what is it? I hear you. I have no problem with whatever you believe. That's not my issue. My question is, you took the Hebrew for you to realize that and then decided whatever you decided. I find it very fascinating, by the way, and I've been doing this for many, many years. When I speak to most people that I speak to that don't believe in God or call themselves atheists, the majority, a majority are former religious people that went off because they saw something wrong and so on and so forth. I find that very fascinating. They didn't start out being atheists.
Oh,
so
yeah,
that's
I know.
interesting.
I didn't become atheist because of anything wrong. I just became atheist. I became a non-believer in like Judeo-Christian God specifically because of the Bible, and then became an atheist
Well,
because I didn't see any logical reason to believe in a deity.
Well, I'm not here to convince you one way or another. I'm still fascinated that you learned Hebrew to get to know this. Now, very few people do this.
Oh yeah, the reason
Most
for that was
Christians don't know Hebrew.
That's
They
true.
know Greek. It's all translation from translation, so they have no idea. So
Yeah,
I'm a
and
little.
and the reason for that is primarily because I wanted to be more like Jesus, and as far as the New Testament was concerned, Jesus was Jewish. If Jesus existed, he would have been reading from the Hebrew Bible and speaking Hebrew and Aramaic. So I wanted to learn the Bible that Jesus would have been familiar with, and little did I know that was going to shoot me in the foot, so to speak.
Yes, it does, because it doesn't make any mention of him and so on and so forth. But I must commend you because, again, it's all based on the Greek translation. Nobody ever goes back and actually, when I have these discussions, I have no idea what the verses are in Hebrew because they can't read it. So they did translations, and the church and Christianity monkeyed around with everything, and boom, the end of it. So that part really fascinates. So I appreciate that answer. And as far as making you believe religion or not, that's not me. I have my faith. To me, you can be whatever you want. To each his own. Just let's have, civil discussion. Don't hate each other and what happens in this world, and be better people. You don't have to have a religion to do that. You choose to if you feel there's a meaningful purpose for it, but that's all.
All right, Bernie, thank you for coming up. I'm going to drop you down
Thank
because
you.
I'm going to do a quick
No,
restart.
that's fine. You answered my question. I was curious about that. Thank you.
I'm going to do a quick restart on TikTok so we can get more guests in here. And then when we return, I will be reading some super chats. Also, before I head out, is it just me? This is a knob that came off of I've been fiddling with because ADHD. That came off of my drawer. It looks like a nipple. So that's all I had to say about that. I've been fiddling with the teat this whole time. Anyways, I'm gonna do a quick restart. I just had to be immature for a second. I'm gonna do a quick restart and we'll come back and hopefully we'll get some Christians who want to give me a good reason why I should become a Christian. All right, here we go. All right. Hope you guys like that. Look at the nipple. Oh man, YouTube. Just so you know, that's not a real nipple. It could be a robot nipple. It's really heavy. Listen, gee whiz. All right, I'm gonna let all the people on TikTok come in real quick. And I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Went to the store and went to go get my Dr. Peppers, and they didn't have any Dr. Pepper Zeros. They only had regular ones, but I get regular Dr. Pepper instead of Dr. Pepper Zero. And I've been drinking Zero for so long that regular Dr. Pepper just doesn't taste right to me anymore. I don't like the way it tastes. It tastes weird. The Zero stuff is way better. All right, So I'm going to read some super chats.
At House 7 with the $10. When the thin veil of pretending the Bible is true, that religious teachings are righteous, etc., is torn apart by literal argument and logic, all that's left to Christians is always personal experience.
This is true. Like, some Christians are smart enough to realize that they don't have any good reasons to be a Christian. So the only thing they fall back on is personal testimony, which personal testimony will never be convincing for the validity of Christianity. It never will be. It's just like, I didn't experience it. I don't know if what you experienced was authentic or accurate, or if you were misremembering it. And then
At Very Good Wizard with the $5. Christian God is immoral, but Moses God is decent. But I remain a non-resistant non-believer. As such, does my existence disprove the Christian God's existence?
it definitely disproves the validity of Romans 1. I'll give you that. All right. Next guest we have is going to be Chris Page. Chris, I'm going to ask you 3 preliminary questions and we'll get to the conversation. Question number 1, are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm 43.
Question number 2, what pronouns do you go by?
He, him.
Question number 3, are you a Christian?
Yes.
All right, Chris Page, I'm Dalton the Bible Guy. I'm not a Christian. Why should I become a Christian?
Well, I actually more have a question. Is that okay? As opposed to me persuading. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Why, if my understanding is that the alternative hypothesis is that the Apostle Paul, had a hallucination. The Christians had hallucinations because they loved Jesus as a charismatic figure, and they were so deeply ripped apart that they saw visions, as is common when people have a traumatic experience. So, would you argue that they died? That they were martyred not so much for their religious beliefs, but for their refusal to submit to the state. They were actually political martyrs as opposed to religious martyrs.
No, I think they were religious martyrs. Although when it comes to who was martyred and who wasn't, the only ones that I am convinced were martyred were Peter and Paul and James. And even then, we don't know if they were allowed to recant or not. And also, when it comes to the hypothesis, I don't think that they all had hallucinations. I think Peter definitely did. I think the rest of them either had hallucinations, visual or auditory, or just what we would call a subjective internal experience of Jesus that they would understand as Jesus making himself known to them.
Okay. So, is it true that really we only have evidence that at most 3 had a vision of Jesus? You mentioned Peter, Paul, and was there one more that we believe had a vision or of some kind?
I don't even know if Paul had like a visual hallucination sort of experience. It seems to be that when Paul describes the revelation of Jesus to him, that it's something that was subjective and inward, because he says in Galatians that God chose to reveal his son, not to me, as the English would say, but in me. So it's inwards. So
Why? And I don't mean to waste your time, but if I am, but why do you think? Why do you think Christianity caught on? What do you think the real reason is why it caught on? Why did it spread?
It had a lot of features in it that were attracted to Greeks and to Romans. It had
social justice.
No, like a deity figure who suffers, and as a result, acquires personal salvation. That's basic mystery cult stuff that you'd find amongst other mystery cults. And also, there were already Gentiles in that region who were sort of what we would call God-fearers. They believed in Judaism, but they didn't go full-on Jewish because, well, the things that served as a stumbling block to conversion were cutting off the tip of your cock, and also like not being allowed to eat certain foods. And as soon as you have a version of Christianity or Judaism that allows for you to eat whatever you want, and also you don't have to do circumcision, suddenly doors are more open. So it has
Mhm.
mystery cult-like aspects to it, and it's a form of Judaism that's a bit more open. Made it popular amongst some Greeks and Romans.
Do you think it's kind of the luck of the draw that Constantine's mother sort of was part of this niche bougie religion, like modern, you could say Scientology is today? He loved his mother, as we all do, and that he said, you know what, I love you, Mom. I'm going to make everybody this sort of what would be, I guess, the equivalent of Scientology at the time. Sort of this niche, strange, odd religion. Do you think it was
Well,
more of an imposition?
I definitely think Constantine's mom obviously was the first one in the family to become a Christian, and I don't know to what extent that had an impact on Constantine himself. Like, did his mother impose this upon him? Did she implore him? Did she try to make arguments, or did he just feel sympathetic towards it? I don't know what it was about Constantine's mom being Christian that led to him becoming Christian. But yeah, I mean, it's lucky for Christianity that Constantine did become Christian, because that's what made the religion legal in the Roman Empire, and thus what also gave it more gravitas. The fact that the higher up echelon individuals were now like holding to the religion. And generally, a lot of times what happens in these ancient cultures is if the king becomes a certain religion, the common folks seem to follow suit.
Yeah. So, and once again, I won't keep you too much because I'm not as controversial or exciting as some of your other guests. But as I'm approaching Holy Week, one of the things that I'm trying to meditate upon is, what happened? Because it is something weird happened. I guess the best explanation, the most scientifically valid explanation, is that there were some people that had visions and they were very persuasive somehow, and people kind of bought into it. And I guess that the only other explanation is that maybe early Christians were providing social welfare that weren't accessible at the time, like taking care of widows, orphans, and things like that. So I'm just trying to figure out what likely happened.
That could be part of it. If you want a book to read that goes into a lot of details about how Christianity basically ended up conquering the Roman world, I would suggest The Triumph of Christianity by Bart Ehrman. That's literally the entire purpose of the book, is to talk about that topic.
Okay. Hey, thanks very much, man. Have a good evening. Appreciate you.
You too, Chris. Frankie says, why should I convince you? Here, let me read it in the Christian
voice. Why should I try to convince you so you can just judge and spread hate?
I'm not a Christian, Frankie. I don't do that. Now, why should you try to convince me? Because your Jeebus Crispy says to go out, make disciples of all nations, and also 1 Peter 3:15 says, always be ready to have an answer for the hope that is in you. I'm just asking, honestly, if anyone can give me a good reason to become Christian. And if so, I will become Christian. If not, then what are you doing here, bud? All right, let's see, super chats.
At Joshua Murray with the $4.99. They always need to know your backstory because they're used to converting through emotional manipulation, not rational discussion.
I know, which is why I hate fucking talking about my backstory, because it's like my backstory is completely 100% irrelevant to the conversation at hand. They will talk about everything except for why should I become a Christian. They want to find some small chink in the armor that they think that they can use to try to dismantle atheism, as if that would suddenly make Christianity true. All right. We got JFlow 737. JFlow, I'm going to ask you 3 preliminary questions and then we can get to the conversation. Question number 1, are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
Question number 2, what pronouns do you go by?
He.
And question number 3, are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Good. All right. I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. I'm not a Christian. JFlow, why should I become a Christian?
Just first of all, I don't know, one of your moderators muted me from the chat. I just want to say that that's not nice. I was having some nice discussions in there, and I think that's just a bit. I don't know why they muted me. I didn't say anything rude.
I trust my moderators. They know the rules.
Sorry?
So I don't care about that conversation though. You're here now and you're talking to me. So why should I become a Christian?
I'm just saying it's like they just want the atheist speaking up in the chat. So I just wanted to say
I know you feel that way.
I don't think that was nice.
Anyways, why should I become a Christian?
Look, Reverend Chad says I'm lying.
Are you just here to are you just here to complain about my audience, or do you want to have a conversation with me?
No, I'm not complaining about the audience. I'm complaining about the moderators. Whoever muted me.
I don't care. I really don't care.
But I do. That's what I should.
Well, I don't care. Why should I become a Christian?
That's okay if you don't care. I'm just sharing because I care.
don't care. I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
care
fine.
that you care.
That's
Why should I
okay.
become a Christian?
You don't need to become a Christian. Nobody's begging you to become a Christian.
Then what are you doing here, bud? Are you just here to whine?
Well, I want to understand why. What is your worldview? What do you believe?
It doesn't matter. It's not Christianity.
Because
I'll tell you this. It's not Christianity. I'll tell you that. So why should I become a Christian?
But how can I present to you a case for even why you should become a Christian if you can't even share what your standard is?
By giving me arguments that raise the probability that Christianity is true. You don't need to know anything about me in order to make an argument
I don't know
for
your
Christianity.
standard. So I could
my standard is anything demonstrable that raises the probability that something is true is good, and then if I have enough of that, I will believe that thing. So do you have anything that's demonstrable or any kind of evidence that raises the probability that Christianity is true?
According to what though?
Oh my God.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll give you one more chance. Just give me something and then I'll tell you if it's good.
But how do you know if it's good if you don't believe in God? You don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand.
J-Flo, even if I believed in God, I still wouldn't be a Christian. So give me the evidence that Christianity is true.
So you're saying you believe in God, but you don't believe in Christianity?
Okay, let's pretend I'm going to put on my deist hat. I'm a
deist. No, I don't want to pretend. I want to have a serious conversation.
I believe in God. Why should I believe in Christianity?
Okay, what God do you believe in?
Just God.
Who is your God?
Just deist.
He doesn't have a name. It doesn't have a name. He's just all powerful, all knowing, all good. Why should I believe in Christianity?
It's Serapis.
Yeah, that's not a God. That's not a God then.
It created the universe. It created the universe, though. It is God. So why should I believe in Christianity?
So, but just because he created the universe, okay?
Yeah, it's all powerful, all
so
present,
I would say
all good.
I would say to you, well, God actually reveals himself more than just creating the universe, okay?
Yeah, he's also all powerful and all knowing and all good and all present. Now, why should I believe in Christianity? I'm not going. I'm just going to tell you now. This conversation is going to go a lot easier if you just give me an argument for Christianity. Like, for example, if I were debating a creationist, if I wanted to make an argument for evolution, I wouldn't need to say a goddamn thing about creationism. I could just give the positive evidence for evolution. I wouldn't have to say anything about creationism. I wouldn't have to ask them what they believe. I wouldn't have to ask them about the worldview. I could just give the argument for my position. You should be able to do the same. You don't need to know anything about my worldview. You don't need to know about whether or not I believe in God or not. Just give the argument for your position, and we'll find out if it's good.
Yeah, but good according to what though?
Good as in raises the probability that the thing you believe in is true.
Sorry, say that again.
Good meaning raises the probability that what you're saying is true, that it comports with reality. If you don't answer me and give me, I'm just going to move on because you're wasting my time.
Yeah, see, the reason I'm doing this with you is because you're mentioning terms like truth.
Yeah, not interested. He doesn't.
Yikes.
The reason they do that and I'm putting that on full display for you, the audience, is so the reason they do that is because they don't have any arguments for Christianity. The only way that they think that they can make an argument for Christianity is by annihilating your worldview, as if that would suddenly, by default, make theirs true. That's not how that works. Now, I've got someone in the box who is, every single time I brought them up, have been utterly and completely unhinged. I'm hoping that this person isn't unhinged today and that they are willing to have a productive conversation. Aiden, just so you know, I'm going to hold you to the same standard that you need to provide me a reason why I should become a Christian. All right? And if you do not, because I know how you are, if you don't conform to those rules, I will just immediately drop you. Immediately. Aiden, we know you're over 18, you go by he, him, you're a Christian. Why should I become a Christian?
In Dalton. Okay. And the reason you'd become a Christian is if you think it's a higher probability that Christianity is true.
Okay, I don't think that though. So why should I think it's more true?
Well, what do you think the probability is true is?
Very unlikely, since we have no good reason to think Jesus resurrected from the dead, and since he fulfilled no prophecies, I would say that the likelihood of Christianity being true is extremely low.
Why do you think Jesus fulfilled no prophecies?
Because I've never been given a single example of a prophecy that he did fulfill.
Have you seen the list of the prophecies he did fulfill?
Yeah, most of those are typologies. All of them are typologies.
Yeah.
So you have seen them, like,
yes.
If you just go through,
I've read them.
Like you want to debate? You want to debate Isaiah 53 or something, or what?
We've done that one. Yeah, they're either taken out of context or mistranslated, or they're not even prophecies. That's generally what the list is.
Okay. So is it the resurrection?
What about
why don't you like the resurrection? Yeah, why does the
because,
resurrection do it for you?
Oh, because there's no evidence that Jesus was resurrected.
Well, why not?
Because I've never been given good argument for it.
Well, so many people do believe he resurrected.
I know they do.
Okay.
The question is why?
Based on the evidence.
A lot of people believe the earth is flat. That doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah. What is the evidence?
The Gospels are the evidence.
The Gospels are the claim. Aiden, do you know the difference between claims and evidence?
What's the difference?
Yeah, the claim is something that's being proposed. The evidence is all those things that support the thing that's being proposed. The Gospels are proposing that Jesus was resurrected from the dead. The question is, what is the evidence for that claim?
And what would be evidence for that claim?
That's why I'm asking you. I'm not doing your homework for you, bud.
I mean, what would be the evidence for you that the Gospels claim is correct?
I don't know, bud. Do you not know either? Do you not have any evidence for the resurrection?
Well, I take the Gospels as true. So when I read the Gospels, I take every sentence.
Okay, well,
true.
I can give you good reason to think they're not true.
It's the word. It's the word of God.
They have Well, they don't have any good reason to think that. They have historical errors in them and contradictions. They can't be the word of God.
And all four accounts contradict each other when it comes to like the resurrection and crucifixion, etc.
It's pretty minor contradictions. It's easy to resolve anything.
No, when we talk about like the birth narrative of Jesus, that's not a minor contradiction. That's 10 years difference. It's a 10-year difference.
There's no difference.
Yeah, there is a difference.
There's a difference in what scholars say.
When was
no actual difference.
Why was Quirinius made governor of Syria?
Why?
Yeah.
I don't know why.
There's a reason, and the reason is because Judea was annexed to Rome. Why was Judea annexed to Rome?
They took over a lot of land.
But why
They took over everything.
But why specifically did they? Because before Rome, before Judea was annexed, it was a vassal kingdom under Rome. Why did it go from being a vassal kingdom under Rome to being annexed to Rome and having a procurator over it?
Maybe something with Herod, the power.
Because Quirinius wasn't governor of Syria until after Herod was dead.
There's a 10-year time gap.
I feel like I'm talking to a 5-year-old. It's just why and
I think you can. I think if you actually look at all of the dates, you can line them up.
Nope.
You can't.
It doesn't line up at all.
You can.
It
doesn't.
Here.
You can if you invent evidence. I mean, there's some Christians that love to invent the second.
No, all the dates line up.
Second census hypothesis, but that's not the case.
You can see, Aiden. You can say that the dates line up, but the fact of the matter is that you don't know anything about the history of the Gospels. You just don't. You don't know anything. You just know what you've read in the Bible, and you don't know anything else.
I don't know what you mean.
What
is it that you know?
As Slice 78 says, if you're drunk enough, they line up good. Sure, lines blur all the time when you're drunk enough. But for the rest of us who are sober-minded, like me and Liz, there is no harmonizing Matthew and Luke's accounts.
Yeah, you can. People do. You can even read harmonizations of it. People explain it.
Aiden, you're so low tier. Like, it feels like I'm punching down by talking to you at this point. Like, I think I would have a more productive conversation with a 10-year-old than with you. That's the sad truth of the matter. And you're not giving me anything.
You're the one asking why.
You're not giving me any good reason to believe it to be a Christian. That's the problem here. All you're doing is asking questions about the Bible that you don't know about.
You have this haughty attitude about yourself. You have a haughty attitude.
That's your fault, Aiden. All you Christians being so shit at the Bible has inadvertently led me to believe I'm really good at the Bible. It's not my fault. I'm haughty. It's your fucking fault. Maybe get good, son. Anyways. Annoying. Hey, every time he comes up, he does the same shit.
Right. I would just challenge them to look into the history of the Bible and how is. Honestly, that's a lot of this stuff is like, yeah. I mean, that's what did it for me.
All right, I'm going to try to bring up J-Flow again. Hopefully J-Flow will now give us a positive argument for why I should become a Christian. All right, J-Flow. Got an argument for why I should become a Christian?
Yeah, I just want to ask one question quickly. What would actually convince you
I don't know.
to become a Christian?
Anything
what,
that...
Like,
anything
what would
that,
it look like?
I don't know. I'll know it when I see it.
Based on the story. Sorry?
I'll know it when I see it.
I mean, if Jesus appeared, like came through my walls and allowed me to like stick my fingers in his holes, I'd probably believe that.
Oh yeah, if you got, let's say you got 20 or 50, let's say you got 50 sick people in a room. You got a Christian who walked in, and consistently, without error, every person they prayed for was healed consistently. That would at least show me that there's something behind Christian prayer. It would raise the probability that the likelihood of Christianity being true. If you could actually point to an actual tomb that did actually belong to Jesus that's empty, that would raise the probability of Christianity being true. These are examples. So do you have anything?
Okay, so you could go online and find 50 testimonies of believers that have been healed and they've got a doctor's report of when they were sick and when they were not.
Maybe you weren't listening. These are 50 people in one go, in a row. 50 people who, I'll even say further, we know for a fact that they had a medical ailment. We have medical records. Christian prays for them. We then test them. Medical ailment gone. For all 50 people, one Christian healing 50 people in one go. If it's consistent and immediate, then we can know that there's probably some sort of correlation there.
Yeah, that'd be impressive.
Yeah, God resists the proud. He gives grace to the humble. But I think this lady said, what did she say? She said if Jesus appears to her, like,
yeah.
if
By the way, this lady has a name.
Yeah, I can't see it. Is it Redhead or something?
Oh yeah, it's yeah, you can call me Liz or Redhead, or Red.
Okay. Yeah, Red says that if God, appears to her, then she'll believe.
I mean, I was obviously being really like cheeky with that.
But God, that's the thing is, God can appear to you, but are you willing to humble yourself?
I used to be Christian. Like, I used to be a really hardcore Christian.
That wouldn't matter
You used to be
because
Christian.
that wouldn't matter because if God is all powerful and all knowing, He knows how to appear to Liz in such a way that she could not deny it, and He's powerful enough to do that thing. So ball's in His court.
No. Okay, so God can appear to anyone.
I don't think God likes women, so He probably wouldn't.
God can appear to anyone.
Care.
He can do that. But you have to seek God. You have to want God.
I want to know it's true.
God.
Yeah,
I went to school. Like I was going to be a missionary. Like how more hardcore do I need to be?
Yeah, I sought God too. But God never appeared to me.
God knows your heart. That's the thing.
I got my degree in biblical studies.
That doesn't matter if God knows my heart. If God is smart enough, if God's a smart enough big boy, then He knows what would convince me, even if I have a hardened heart. My heart's not hard, by the way. I'm open to the evidence. Now, if God shows up to me, He knows what would convince me, and He's powerful enough to do it. Ball's in His court.
Certainly not going to find evidence in the Bible.
By the way, this entire argument
you're not going to find evidence in the Bible.
But by the way, this entire argument that you're giving right now is indicative of the fact that you don't have evidence. So you're just like trying to find if you had evidence, you would have already given it, but you don't.
No, because you're obviously. I asked you what would convince you, and you're saying if 50 people were. So basically, this conversation.
I gave you an example. Can you?
Yeah, but how am I supposed to do that? How am I supposed to do that right now in this conversation?
I didn't say that you had to do that thing. I give you an example. You asked for an example of what would convince me, not what could you do right now to convince me. I don't know what you could do right now, and just give me evidence, and we will see if it's good enough.
But you don't want. You just said you want 50 people to come in the room, so you don't want.
J-Flow, enough of this bullshit. I'm cutting you off. You either give us evidence right now and stop wasting our goddamn time, or I'm dropping you. And I will mute you.
I can go down this route and give you evidence, but you don't want to.
Do it.
Do you not?
I want you to.
Oh, you want evidence?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you deaf? For the past 5 minutes, shut up. For the past 5 minutes, I have repeatedly been asking you for evidence. Don't act like just now, for the first time ever, you're suddenly like, "Ooh, you want evidence?" Yes, motherfucker, I want evidence. Give it to me.
You know the evidence, the Bible.
What in the Bible?
Creation.
The Bible is not going to be good evidence.
What in the Bible do you think is good evidence for Christianity being true?
The Gospels. You got the Gospels.
The Gospels
You've got even creation.
The Gospels can't even agree with themselves. How is that good evidence?
And we don't know who wrote them.
Oh, yeah, we don't know. It clearly says to me that Jesus Christ died in all of them.
But we don't know who wrote them. We don't know.
We don't know who wrote them. We don't know when they were written. They make false claims about other parts of the Bible. They contradict themselves. That's
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know who wrote those.
We don't know who wrote those.
Mm-mm.
Correct.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, John?
Yeah, we don't know who won, which is the oldest manuscript of the Gospel of Matthew we have. And you know what it doesn't have on at the very top of it?
Who was Mark? Who was Mark?
The author of Mark? We don't know who that is.
Exactly. You don't even know. That was one of Peter's disciples.
No. When you asked who is Mark,
who was Luke?
When you ask who, I know who the Bible characters are. when you ask JFlow, listen, you're making yourself look stupid here. When you ask who is Mark, that could mean one of two things. You're either asking who is the guy who wrote the Gospel of Mark that I'm calling Mark, or who is the Bible character named Mark. If you wanted to ask who is the Bible character called Mark, then yes, I could have told you that Mark was the cousin of Barnabas and a follower of Peter, according to the Gospels. And he was with Paul. But he didn't write the Gospel of Mark. We don't know who wrote those Gospels. And like I was saying, the Gospel, according to Matthew, the oldest version of it, P1, you know what it doesn't have at the very top of it? JFlow? Guess
Doesn't
what's
have a
lacking?
title.
Exactly. The oldest Gospel of Matthew doesn't have a title. It doesn't say the Gospel according to Matthew. And nowhere in the text does it ever tell you it's written by Matthew. You don't get anyone saying it's written by Matthew until the late 2nd century.
Right. What's the what do you think is the earliest copy? What do you think is the earliest copy?
The evidence.
Like of the New Testament, of like a full copy of the New Testament you have in your Bibles. Like when do you think that was like compiled and put together?
Sorry,
Like what's the earliest manuscript that you think we have? Like a full manuscripts.
Well, people differ on it, don't they? People differ on, the earliest manuscripts that we have, of the
Like
New
I'm talking
Testament.
full, complete manuscripts, not fragments.
She's talking about codices, not manuscripts.
Of the New Testament.
Yeah, like the Codex.
I'm not too sure. What is it, if you know?
4th century.
You're looking at 4th century, 330 to 360 CE-ish.
Come on, no.
I promise you that is the case.
You can. He's just gonna say no.
Codex Syntacticus and the Codex Vaticanus.
Yeah, those are
pull
both.
Up AI right now and ask. I could pull up AI right now and ask. You pull up AI on your screen.
JFlow, you
ask
dumbass.
right now about it.
JFlow.
That is not true.
People have asked AI how many R's are in strawberry and it got it fucking wrong. All right, I have to correct. I've had to use ChatGPT before, and I've had to correct ChatGPT for getting things wrong all the time. JFlow.
That's fine though. I would ask. Why don't you ask your AI then?
Yeah.
Like, what's the earliest complete manuscripts?
Yeah, sure. Here.
Of the New Testament.
Let's see.
Yeah, pull it up so everyone can see, because that's definitely a lie.
The earliest.
It's not.
Yes, it
Codex of the Bible.
I'm telling you is true.
The earliest surviving codices of the Bible date to the 4th century CE, when Christians had largely transitioned from scrolls to the codex book format. The two most famous and early large Bible codices are, and the examples it gives are, the Codex Vaticanus and the Codex Sinaiticus. Fucking shocker.
Oh, look at that. Exactly what I said.
Now, do you have any positive... do you have any positive evidence for why I should be a Christian? Because so far, you're really not selling Christianity all that well.
Okay, can you now search on that same thing? When was the earliest scriptures recorded of the New Testament of the Gospels?
That would be Paul, and that's about 20 years after the crucifixion.
It would still be second. It's in the earliest manuscripts we have would be like not complete, but fragmentary would be like late 2nd century.
Yeah,
quite frankly, JFlow.
The evidence is there. The evidence.
That's just JFlow. What? Okay, I need to breathe. JFlow, what the fuck do you think the word evidence means? I don't think you know what that word means. If you think that that's evidence for anything, all that's evidence for, that doesn't tell us who wrote the books.
We don't have any authorship, obviously, because for example, like the earliest fragment of John is usually cited by Christians. That's P52. You're looking at it's just a corner of John chapter 18. It's not even enough for me to wipe my pussy with.
Okay, I've just pulled up ChatGPT. It says the earliest canonical gospel, Mark, was likely.
I don't give a shit. You were too stupid to follow the conversation. God damn, why do I have to? Why is it that every time I ask a Christian for why I should become a Christian, I end up debating AI? Jesus Christ. I swear, like, bro was off point. Yeah. For real. 65 AD that's not even correct. That's not even correct.
65 AD. That's not like we're talking about manuscript evidence. Like that's not.
What a fucking dumbass. All right. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
That's not how you get those dates either. People need to realize like how they date. It's not because they have like copies
I'm gonna go with.
of those earliest datings. They do it from like textual criticism and then the text. Like that's how they it's circular reasoning. A lot of the dating is circular reasoning when you get into it.
I'm gonna bring up one last guess because at this point I'm starting to get mean to stupid people. So I'm gonna bring up only one more guess because if I go any longer,
Angry Duncan's coming out.
Yeah, it's gonna get a lot worse. I'm not pitying any fools tonight. All right, Fixie Hartman, I'm gonna ask you 3 preliminary questions and then we can get into the conversation. Question number 1: are you at least 18 years old?
Yes, sir.
Question number 2: what pronouns do you go by?
He, him.
Question number 3: are you a Christian?
Not really, but I believe in God.
All right, well, we're only taking Christians right now. Sorry, bud.
Oh, I have a.
Reading comprehension. All right, we're gonna read some super chats. And you know what? Thank you to everyone who has sent a super chat today. We could not do what we do if it wasn't for you. I don't think I could have the patience to talk to these fools if it wasn't for you guys. Like, there's no way in hell I could ever do this for free. No fucking way. This is torture. All right.
Well, that very good wizard with the $5. What made you value thoughtful criticism over rational discussion about your beliefs? What was a thing that inspired rational thinking?
That's a good idea. Okay, so when I started thinking rationally about my beliefs, well, it all started, guys, this is some more lore for you guys. I belonged to a Hebrew roots community. And in that Hebrew roots community, we would sit around every Sabbath on Saturday and do a reading from the Torah portion of the week. And there was no like rabbi, no pastor, no leader. We would just sit around in a circle and do Bible study. It was fun. I actually liked it a lot. I miss it in some instances. Sitting around reading the Bible with my friends, and then we would eat like a big meal. It was so good. But and we would just have free open discussion about whatever it is we were reading in the Torah that week, and then the prophets and then the New Testament. And some people in the organization started talking about flat earthism. And even though I was fundamentalist in that I believed that the earth was young and Adam and Eve and all that kind of stuff, I was not willing to go the extra mile and believe in flat earthism. But they were positing that the Bible taught flat earth, and I didn't want to believe it, but they were correct. And as I was laying in bed that night, looking up at the ceiling, a thought came to my mind. Because, in flat earthism, the idea is that there's a dome over the earth and the stars are literally in the dome. So they're not as far away as we claim. So as I'm laying there in my bed, a thought came to me. How fast does light go? And then luckily I had internet, so I Googled it. I Googled the speed of light. And then after that, I asked myself, what's the farthest star that we can see with the naked eye? Turns out the furthest star we could see with the naked eye was 16,000 light years away, meaning it took that light 16,000 years just to reach the Earth. And in my head, I thought, that's 10,000 years too long. And thus I started to actually learn more about science and I started watching atheist debates, including Matt Dillahunty. And as a result of watching Matt Dillahunty, I became more interested in the idea of like what are logical fallacies and how do we think critically about ideas. And eventually I thought my way out of theist beliefs as a way of that, of thinking critically. All thanks to woo science, exactly, Quantum. Woo science indeed. Basic me as a non-expert, a child, basically, although in my late teens, was able to think using simple thought and come to the conclusion that the Bible, at least my understanding of the Bible, was fundamentally wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to deny like a lot of rational thought to accept a lot of the claims of the Bible.
And for anyone who loves Matt Dillahunty, check out a recent video with me and Matt Dillahunty teaming up and debating Christians. It was a good episode. I enjoyed it a lot. On the line, the Bible guy and Matt Dillahunty. All right. Let's see. Next super
chat. Zach Petrodov. Thank you for the heart. With the $5. How are Adam and Eve through when angiosperms, fruit and flowering plants, didn't exist until the Cretaceous, last period of the dinosaurs?
Yeah, because bullshit magic doesn't correlate with science, basically. I guess if I was to put myself into the mindset of someone as stupid as Bob in the comment section or Kent Hovind, I would say the science is wrong. Dinosaurs and Cretaceous plants were present there with Adam and Eve in the garden. So
yeah, because science is lying, is what Bob says.
Bob's a conspiracy theorist. Nut job. All right. But you know, also good point, bud, to Zach Petronov. All right.
And Drew Smith TPA with the $20. If this is going to be one of those, you have to believe first before you're going to understand the evidence.
Right? That seems to be the case with JFlow, someone like JFlow, is that you need to like believe in the Bible first in order to have the evidence. What the Christians don't seem to understand is the Bible itself is in question here. We don't just start with the belief that the Bible is true. The Bible gets the same exact treatment as every other ancient Near Eastern text. And we don't just believe those by default either. I hope it pisses off Christians that I'm getting paid to shit on their Bible. I really hope it does.
And back picture off again with the $5. If Jesus appeared and let me play with his holds, I still would be a Christian, but I would always pay for his Uber.
Zach, you dog. Where is the raid? I'll send you guys. I'll end up sending you guys over to Jay Gilmore on TikTok. That's who I'll be sending you guys to watch on TikTok. I don't know it doesn't look like there are any YouTubers live right now, so we'll send you guys over to Jay Gilmore when the time comes. But we still have one more super chat. But Zach Petronov, you dog. And then this super chat made me giggle a little bit.
At Mike B. Din with the $5. I love you, Daphne. You will always be my. Actually, wait a minute.
Because I'm Daphne, I should put on my Daphne voice. I love you, Daphne. You will always be my number 2. Justin is my number 1. Sorry, but I do love you. And you know what? We love you too, Mike B. Din.
Absolutely. Appreciated. Hashtag Daphne. Horny for Daphne. All right. Can we block Bob for admitting that he likes to harass women in their DMs? Oh, Bob. Actually, you know what? Bob, I blocked you and then I unblocked you with the hope that you would come up and debate us. But since you never do, and all you do is harass women like Liz and Ashlyn, and you're too much of a fucking coward. No, you lost your opportunity. Now he wants to come up. No, too late, Bob. I've been asking you for weeks to come up and debate me, and you have refused to do so. Actually, Bob, I do have something I want to tell you real quick. Bob, There's something I want to tell you. It's important. Oh, there you go. Bob, all I was going to tell you is this. Fuck you and goodbye. That's it. He came up again, and as soon as I'm not going to let him, he's not going to tease me anymore. He's not going to bother everybody. He's too much of a coward, and we don't care for cowards here. Yeah, that's not true. Bob's never interacted with a woman a day in his life. Oh man, I'm done. Oh, yeah, guys, I was tired of Bob too. Waste of space, that one. All right, so that seems to be all the super chats. So guys, I'm gonna send you all over to Jay Gilmore on TikTok. I'm sorry to all the people on YouTube, but it doesn't look here. Is there anyone live on YouTube right now? Let me see. Is there anyone who's live right now? We'll go over to my subscriptions and see. No, I'm not seeing anyone that I know who's live. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing anybody who's live. Man, I have a lot of fucking subscriptions. On YouTube. All right, yeah, everyone, go to Jay Gilmore on TikTok. Tell him the Bible guy sent you. Make sure you're following me. Make sure you're following Liz. And also don't forget,
Awesome. Thanks.
And don't forget now, I have a Patreon now. If you're on YouTube, link in the description down below. If you want to donate to me, to the Bible guy, get us a little bit closer to the apartment fund. I'm a little bit behind on the apartment fund now because I've given over $1,000 to my parents to help pay for bills because my mom was jobless for quite some time. So I helped out pay some bills, and now tax season's coming. I'm probably gonna have to pay in for the first time ever. Not looking forward to that, but I'm hoping that at least by fall we'll be in the apartment, better internet, longer shows, more days of the week. Yeah. So that's the hope. Anyways, I've been the Bible guy. Remember to keep reading, keep learning, and we'll see you all again another day. Bye.
Born from dust and questioning fire, wielding truth like a sword of desire. Ancient scrolls and cosmic flame, he tears through myth, he breaks the chain. Echoes of prophets, the stars align, knowledge and thunder intertwine. Reason ascends where blind faith fell. He reads the word and he reads it well. The Bible guy, seeker of the light. Through time and fire he lights the night with reason's blade and wisdom's cry. The world shall hear the Bible guide. Scrolls of ages, words aflame. He dares to question every name. From Eden's dawn to Calvary's sky, he breaks the chains of every lie. Logos, Logos, the word and the flame. Reason shall rise and truth has a name. The Bible guide, he shines with reason's holy light. Through myth and faith, through earth and sky, forever our rights, the Bible guide.
Also, fuck Donald Trump and fuck this administration. Am I right, people?